疑うほどに信じる前にその前に失うほどに求める前にさよならをこのままずっと笑顔を見つめていたいだけさ記憶という両腕に君を抱いて旅立ちは今漆黒の時遥かな闇の向こうにまだ今日はなく待ち敵のには遠くだけさ Just before the sunrise 人に名前を尋ねられたら旅人とたったそれだけ答えてほしいそれだけを行方も告げず別れの言葉も残さないでどこかへ消えてしまっただけの人と寂しくはない知っているから最後はいつも一人とだから心を閉じてここにたどり着くだけさ Just before the sunrise
As a resident of Miami-Dade County, it is your right to know the names and likenesses of sex offenders living in your area. As a public service, we have created this videotape so that you and your friends and family can stay aware, stay safe, and maybe even have a little fun. Enjoy.
State of Florida has asked us to disclose our sexual crimes to you. We were bad, but now we're good. We're moving into your neighborhood. You know we're trying our best to be functioning members of society. We're not here to start no trouble. We're legally required to do the sex offender shuffle.
I'm Larry Arthauer, and I'll refrain from touching my neighbor's kids again. What I did was not too kind, but I'm a nice guy, you'll come to find. I've got a backyard and a real nice pool. Y'all should come over for a barbecue. We can make some cold drinks in my blender, but do keep in mind that I'm a sex offender.
Vernon Douglas is my name. My battery arrest is what brought me fame. But there's much more to know about me. I love to dance and I love to ski. I zip and zoom on through the snow. Just strap on my boots and watch me go. But I can't ski until December. Till then I'm just a sex offender.
I'm Charles Dolan, dropping rhymes. I've been arrested 7 times. I know that sounds like a lot. 3 of those times were for vandalism. Feel real bad, I got caught. Might do it again, probably not. I'm not here to make pretenses. I'm here because of my sex offenses.
I'm Sam Pound, I'm number 1. Apologizing for what I've done. In case you were wondering what that was, I snuck into a bathroom and I eat no truffles. I'm just here to do the sex offender shuffle.
Hey everybody, I'm Laura Hughes, proving girls can do it too. And by it, I mean touch your cousin. Was it worth it? No, it wasn't. You won't find me in your child's playset, cause I gotta wear this ankle bracelet. I'm not here to go on a bender, I'm here because I'm a sex offender.
Last name Bermholt, first name Mark. I'm moving in somewhere on your block. Not in a house, but in a van. If you need me to move it, I sure can. The last thing I want is any trouble. I've learned my lesson from the sex offender shuffle.
I'm the one they call Arthur Chase. They said I didn't have to show my face. My first trial ended in a hung jury. If I'm found guilty, they'll unblur me. I'm not the necrophiliac Arthur Chase. That's a different Arthur Chase. I'm not here to be my own defender. I'm here because I'm possibly a sex offender.
Okay, real quick, I'm not like these people. Okay, there's an extortion plot by my ex-wife who's the only witness, and she's trying to take away my kids. And if I'm not here to pack my duffel, I'm just here to do the sex offender shuffle.
State of Florida has asked us to disclose our sexual crimes to you. We were bad, but now we're good. We're moving into your neighborhood. We're obliged to admit the crimes for which we were convicted. We're not here to start no trouble. We're legally required to do the sex offender shuffle.
Hello there, chat. Be on alert. Those sex offender virtual YouTuber agencies are coming for your kids. Next thing you know, they're gonna be doing their own sex offender shuffle. Hopefully it won't come to that, but considering the topic of today's stream, might just happen. Because all 3 agencies I will be discussing today, not just AkioAIR, mind you, are guilty of hiring minors. First one hired her at the age of 14. Then the next one hired her at the age of 15. And lastly, at the age of 16 at AkioAIR. It's gonna be a wild one. I am gonna be doing a lot of reading. Things I really love to do. I have so many cheat sheets for this because this whole thing kinda exploded in October. But before I get to that, let me put some spooky music on. A 3-hour loop of the most lo-fi Halloween classics. that I could find. If it's too loud, do tell me. But yeah, as I was saying, AkioAIR is not the only VTuber agency that have been hiring minors, and considering how often these particular agencies do it, I may be inclined to think that more people do it than just these three. So if anything comes up in the future, if any more agencies spring up, agencies you've never heard about, and it turns out they have something to do with minors, then don't be surprised. Don't be too surprised about it. As you probably noticed if you're a regular on my streams, no dancing girls this time around. I might just put up one because I realized that the more of them I put on, the more the stream gets cluttered, and I may have to put on some kind of epilepsy warning to these eventually, because it gets very, very busy on this stream. So I think dancing is gonna be the only one here that's gonna be present for right now. She's just gonna be jamming out here, where she doesn't get into anyone's way, and everyone else can just join later on, because we have a lot of things to go through. And I was mentioning that I have a cheat sheet, right? Yes, I do. I have a cheat sheet from a few places. And this stream is going to be divided into several parts. Hopefully it won't be as long as the Yandere Dev stream, because that one was insane. 8 hours, and I still feel like we haven't even touched the surface of that nonsense. So the first thing we're going to go through is going to be a quick, quote-unquote, quick overview. And by quick, I mean it's probably going to take more than an hour. Probably a lot more than an hour. A quick overview of the timeline of what actually happened, like from the beginning to the end, to the current date. After that, we will go more into who Nuffy is, the VTuber minor that was hired by not only AkioAIR, but also by Mysteria Live and Aurora Live VR. Yes, all three of those are going to be covered there. We're going to go through some of Nuffy's past. We're going to go through some of the initial drama that happened when Nuffy was actually revealed to be a minor by AkioAIR. Then we're going to talk about how she was dogpiled, because, you know, when Twitter says you have to protect the minor from the VTuber agency that hired her, it also means you can shit on her and send her threats because she made a slavery joke. Yeah, that happened too. That's just Twitter for you. We'll go through a few happenings in Aurora Live VR and Mysteria Live as well, because those are related. And believe it or not, I had a personal run-in with Aurora Live VR after I made a video about their hiring practices being very shady. And we'll get into that too. And lastly, we'll go through some messages, some Twitter messages by a supposed artist / investor into AkioAIR. A Taiwanese person that, for the lack of better terms, has been spreading out on Twitter as this whole drama was going on, and it's kind of funny to read. As they have their own slogan, which is please respect the spirit of the contract, and they're going to be repeating that several times. But yeah, without further ado, let me get right into that, as I'm going to be reading from my cheat sheet and pretty much going through what happened from beginning to end. But before I do that, let me just get those actual tweets up so we can go through this point by point. So just give me a moment as you guys settle in and prepare for nonsense. AkioAIR. And this timeline. timeline consists of 75 different screenshots, all assembled in line. All right. I think we're good on this. Right. So, starting off, what is AkioAIR actually? Well, AkioAIR, to those of you that don't know, is a Taiwanese-based agency, but that hires English streamers, or at least English-speaking ones. Their CEO is an individual by the name of Jason Kuo. And Jason is going to be one of the main characters of today's stream, as he's a very special individual, and he pretty much has his own arc in this whole story. And he will be known for doing very stupid things, and one of them, of course, is going to be hiring a minor and actually revealing that they hired the minor, because I can kind of predict that in hindsight, at least, that none of this would have happened if Jason just kept his mouth shut about hiring a minor. Even though it's good that he said it, because everyone could pretty much fucking abandon that company as soon as possible when that was revealed, and they did, and that company is pretty much sunk. I don't know if they're gonna be able to recover from this, but all signs in this kind point to that they won't be able to do that, since their reputation is pretty much ruined, and the more people talk about it, the more YouTubers, the more drama tubers talk about it, the worse the reputation of this company is getting. So whatever is gonna happen, I don't know. Momaoka, thank you for the $2. Yes, Jason. But yeah, pretty much in a span of a few weeks, one man's decision to do quote unquote good by their talent ruined his whole company and made a lot of people mad, especially his investors and people on Twitter. But yeah, timeline of events, beginning with AkioAIR conducting its first rounds of recruitment, which happened from April 26th to May 31st. Moving on the timeline to January 13, AkioAIR bizarrely holds another round of recruitment to cast a single pre-designed character. It would later come out to be known that this was because the first person cast to be Kion Dojima had quit before debut. And this is going to be a running thing of talents just quitting before debut, or just not getting inside the company whatsoever, because their own hiring practices are all over the place and really stupid. Moving on, jumping a few months, March 11th to March 12th, 2022. Over 11 months after starting auditions, the first season of AkioAIR, called Refract, debuts with 5 members. And get your notes done on this, because there's going to be a lot of names and there's going to be a lot of identities mentioned, past, present identities. So this is going to be that kind of stream where these things are, revealing these things is going to be important. So if you're that kind of person that would like to preserve the kayfabe of these VTubers just being singular characters without prior past lives, then, you know, you best turn off at this point. But yeah, the 5 debut members are called Athena Nightingale, Mew Horizon, Nonoa, Roafen, and Kion Dojima, that was mentioned before. Moving on, almost a whole year to January 6th, 2023. We're getting very close. AkioAIR announces that Roafen would be graduating from the company for the next company the next day, her character's birthday, due to differences with the company. And they released this following statement when that happened. I'm gonna read all of this, since this is pretty much all of the history of AkioAIR and I don't want to miss out on anything. So bear with me, as all of this is pretty much on record. And if anyone wants to use this stream to learn about this, then they just may. Because there's a lot of information out there on the internet and it's pretty fragmented. Even all of the videos that were done on this topic, especially from people like Foles and other drama tubers, are kind of not in chronological order. That's one thing, and there's like bits and fragments in them. Here we're gonna have a whole overview of this stuff. And there's the notice. Notice regarding Roa Fen's graduation. We regret to announce that as of January 7th, 2023, Roa Fen will be graduating from AkioAIR due to differences in ideology and values. We have decided to part ways. This whole statement, right at the beginning, should give you some idea that things weren't right behind the scenes, and boy, were people right to suspect what was gonna happen next. It may be earlier than most would have expected, but we believe this would be best for both parties. We must emphasize that this is a mutual agreement, that we respect each other's decisions. So boy, that respect is not gonna be lasting very long here. We all thank her for her hard work here at AkioAIR, where she brought her excellent singing skills, storytelling ability, and many other wonderful moments we and our talents cherish. Oh boy, all of these things are lies, as we will find out later. We wish her the best in all her future endeavors. Due to her graduations and concerns regarding maintaining copyright materials on her channel, the following actions will be taken. All YouTube videos and live streams will be private at the end of January. The Twitter account will be in protection mode at the end of January. The upcoming merch store will no longer include merch with only Fan's character. However, any images that include Fan may still be sold. You may archive or clip any materials on her channel. However, once the YouTube channel is closed, you should not share these materials publicly in our community server or in any other talents chat. We once again not to ask about Fan's graduation or any other talents channels, as other talents do not wish to discuss this topic unless they've mentioned it first. However, we hope you can continue to support Joafa and her activities in this remaining time, albeit short, until the day of her graduation. Best wishes, AkioAIR Management. Moving on in the timeline, just a little bit. We move several months as someone from, on August 19th, 2023, someone from 4chan's VT claims that AkioAIR is a black company and the CEO of it, Jason, is a shady fellow, and we'll look through those posts on 4chan now as well. There it is. It's a bit wide, so bear with me as I will be hiding you a bit. Oh, and it gets worse. The Discord internals are a mess right now. AkioAIR is one of the blackest companies around. Here's a preview of my model, so you know if I debut T Gen 2. I am the Blue Dolphin, but the other Anon is correct. My past life is Kiwi on the Twitter. In case anything happens to me, Jason set hard rule that none of us can have boyfriends, or even though most of us entered the company with one and is threatening to fire us if we keep them. He constantly bothers us in voice chat and puts himself in our hangout sessions all the time rather than working. Jason really likes to bribe us with cash to hang out and offers to pay for large expenses that are not company related, like the rent or flights. The entire company is mismanaged, but instead of fixing it, he forces us to play League on call. It is weird as fuck, but most of us are just waiting to debut and then get the fuck out. Is the Akio sexy target lady linking to Teira Fenter? Anyways, don't support Akio. Jason doesn't know what he's doing, and we've been delayed for months. Most of the girls feel groomed, and nobody is planning on staying for long. So if you don't support us, it will be an easy escape since we don't keep our accounts. Then moving on in the timeline just a little bit again. AkioAIR begins to tweet silhouettes of their Season 2 members and accounts starting that start to go live. This is from August 21st to August 27th of this year. The members of what we know believed to be their relative previous identities, which were later revealed to be true, and are as follows: Tetra Fentera Megumi Kuragiri, Vix E. Gray, also known as Bunny Baninare, Princess Nofi, who was known as Valera Kitsu of Mysteria Live, and Charlotte Kaneko of Aurora Live VR. Then there's Azuri Delphi, which is Kiwi, also going by Kiwi VT. Hoshikuzu Orion, Amemachi Hanabi, Chiori Kogara, known as Maria Paradisi of Chunderia. And then this happens, which you see in front of you on the stream. AkioAIR tweets out the silhouette for Princess Nofi, which will later turn out to be the miner that they hired. Our kingdom is infested with frogs, come and find out, at Princess Nofi. She might also have an old relationship with your mother. Bang your mom, which, you know, it's incredibly weird to have your VTuber miner, the person that you hired, being underage, being promoted on the official company account, saying that she has sex with, you know, the audience's mother. It's a bit odd to advertise them like this, but you know, this whole thing was later found out that, you know, they kept digging behind the scenes. They kept going the past, seeing what the account has been posting all of this time, and yeah, this is really a banger, no pun intended when it comes to this. But yeah, moving on. There has been some rumors that were started that Valera Kitsu, Charlotte Kaneko, which is now Nofi, has been forced to perform certain creepy roleplay with certain individuals in Mysteria Live, and there's some files on that too, which I'll bring up later as we go through all of this, because again, first the timeline and then the rest of this. So hold up. Following this comes the big announcement that actually started all of this, when AkioAIR tweets out that, you know, Nofi is an actual miner when people found this out, and yeah, all hell breaks loose on this one, because it's a pretty much a huge wall of text that can be summed up with she's so talented for her age, that's why we're keeping her as our talent. And you can imagine the outrage to this was pretty huge, as it pretty much was the beginning of the end for AkioAIR. And I'm gonna read all of this for you guys to know how bizarre this whole statement sounds. Notice, regarding our commitment to protecting our talent, Princess Nofi. At AkioAIR, we are dedicated to facilitating opportunities for individuals to pursue their dreams and career paths under the most favorable conditions, leveraging their talents and implementing appropriate measures to protect them. We wish to use the communication to inform our prospective audience of our unwavering commitment to enhancing transparency and ensuring the protection of minors, including both of our talents and viewers. Yeah, that's why you advertise her with I banged your mom, and that's supposed to be, I don't know, attractive to underage people as well in their audience. That seems kind of bizarre. With the statement, we wish to inform you of our strict prohibition on the creation or dissemination of explicit content or fan art related to Nophilia Amelia de Monteclair, which is Nofi, as she is identified as a minor in the majority of jurisdictions worldwide. You see, when VTubers emerge, usually having very attractive anime characters as their avatars, of course there's gonna be a lot of people sexualizing them. And, you know, AkioAIR should have thought about that before hiring a minor in the first place. this whole thing becomes incredibly suspicious as times goes by, and realizing they made a boo-boo here, that their actual VTuber minor is getting sexualized by a lot of people, and her also making her also being advertised in such a way, not to mention her tweeting out a few sex jokes here and there, is not very appropriate to do for a minor, especially in a company such as this. But let me continue. Our decision to include Nofi as a part of our talent roster arises from her prior involvement in the performing arts within her previous career. Coupled with her fervent pursuit of a career akin to acting, renders it incumbent upon us to assert that refusing an opportunity based solely on age constitutes an unduly harsh, inequitable, and unjust decision. So, too long didn't read on that one paragraph is basically she's so talented for her age. That's why we hired her, which it's a very groomer-like statement, but it is what it is. Our team has conducted a comprehensive evaluation of Nofi's talents, and this assessment has been further reviewed in consultation with her parents and relevant personals. We have anonymously agreed that Nofi possesses remarkable abilities that render her eminently suitable for a career in the performing arts. With the full support and consent of her parents, we firmly believe that this decision is in her best interest, affording her the opportunity to learn and gain valuable experience as an actress, should she choose to continue on this career path. We sincerely hope that you appreciate our unwavering commitment to helping individuals fulfill their dreams while ensuring the utmost protection for Nofi in her journey. Thank you for your understanding and support. And you kind of understand that all of this is not very right, despite them dressing this up in a very thesaurus laden way, using the most positive words they could find in the dictionary to describe their justification for hiring a minor. But excuses are excuses, and these things have come out later to bite them in the ass quite severely, might I add. A day later, on September 6th, AkioAIR pretty much ignored everything that a huge backlash, because if you know what happened, a huge backlash happened to this, and people started talking about it. Drama tubers, including myself, have made a video about this. Onlookers were outraged, and AkioAIR pretty much decided to, well, fuck that, we're just rolling with it, and they're bowling, announcing the specific dates for their season 2, which is their generation 2 in Serenity, that was supposed to debut on from the 15th to the 16th of September, which was later moved on, but we'll get to that too. Moving on to the events of other parts of September. From September 6th to September 7th, Twitter activity for all new member accounts except Nofi and Delphi ceases. So it will be a few days before people notice. Maria Paradisia resurfaces this with a tweet saying, "I'm tired." Another talent, Megumi Kuragiri, likes that particular tweet, which we're gonna see here. Hold up, too big. And again, taken out of context, completely out of left field, without knowing anything. It could be just, it could be just her physical condition, or she's tired on this particular day, but no. All of this later turned out to be related to AkioAIR. And there's Megumi Kuragiri liking that particular tweet as well. Moving on to September 9th, AkioAIR tweets another huge text image. Unfortunately, it appears that will double down on debuting Nofi. It says management will take over Nofi's Twitter account for her safety. and asks people not to harass their other members. The messages include a confusing word salad paragraph about Nofi, and that she's a minor, and that she's being treated like a gun or something like that. And after that, there's no further clarification on the statement. And this is the statement. Due to unfortunate circumstances and considerations for our talents, we decided to postpone the debut of Season 2 by 1 week. We'll update you here with specifics soon as it becomes available. Moving on to September 17th, Season 1's Athena Nightingale removes all mention of Akio from her Twitter profile. Though her channel at that point still exists, their YouTube channel, that is. Athena is Akio's largest member in terms of subscribers by a large margin. Moving on. Moving on to September 18th. Season 1's New Horizon, who had been on health hiatus, tweets out, "Please avoid mentioning AkioAIR matters on my stream, and things are difficult, only time will tell." Also, Maria does a Twitter space where she admits to being harassed and cries. She says she can't talk about what she's been through and where she's been at the same time. At the same time, you can see here Bonnie announcing her debut and emergency donathon. Here's Maria Paradisia tweeting about her condition. "I'll be back soon. Take a while before I stream. I've been really sad these past few weeks, so I want to take it easy for now. Maybe I can do the donathon when I come back. It feels bad doing one, but I do need money. Either way, I missed you." And moving on to September 15th, you also have Athena Nightingale's statement here. "I'll be returning to my streaming activities as Megumi soon, trademark. In the meantime, something stirs in the dirt." Moving on, September 20th, in a tweet made at 1:45 a.m. on Wednesday, AkioAIR announces Season 2 will debut on Saturday, September 30th. As I mentioned, they moved it on. This is a week later than the date they announced in their previous tweet and postponing the debut. At the time of writing, the backlash to this tweet is relatively muted compared to the others, but the late hour at which was posted, for North Americans at least, could be a factor to that. Again, these are tweets showing that Athena has removed the AkioAIR from her Twitter profile. Here's once again Maria's comeback announcement. Here's Effie tweeting about AkioAIR stuff. Hold up. So I don't get confused in the timeline here. Again, September 21st, as I already showed you, Maria announces her comeback, stream to be on the 23rd. On September 23rd, Athena Nightingale posts a hoot on the community page of her pre-Akio YouTube channel, which had only one post since she joined Akio. Maria promises to return to regular streaming in the future, but avoids giving details about her supposed time with Akio. September 24th, Athena tweets an announcement about leaving Akio and continuing to stream at her prior YouTube channel, and that she would be going by the name Effie, for reasons not yet known. This tweet is deleted with 3 hours, but people have screenshotted it and you can see it in front of you. It was also archived on the Discord server, as you can see here, and we'll read that as small as that is. "Hi y'alls! Due to unforeseen circumstances within my current VTuber company, I will resume my streaming activities on my old channel starting today and rebrand my name to just Effie. I will not have any affiliation with AkioAIR on this account. I will also use a different model, but Effie will always remain. Effie, no matter where I go, will also continue using this Twitter account. As they are my personal accounts, I will only be changing my name and branding and maybe a new outfit." Oh whoa. "I am so excited to resume streaming and start interacting with everyone again. I am so sorry for my radio silence, but I'm ready to return with more cozy clinic chats. karaoke streams, and original/cover songs. See you all again soon. Signed by Effie. Let's move on in the timeline. September 28th. Effie tweets, I want to stream so badly, implying there is some reason why she cannot currently stream. This is her first tweet, including the thrown bot ones, since the deleted ones, unless she quickly deleted one that was missed. Megumi Kuragiri announces a comeback stream on October 1st with a well-animated skit. Here's Effie saying that she wants to stream badly, but something's preventing her from doing so. Here's the announcement by Megumi Kuragiri. Moving on, the timeline. We're going pretty fast with this, and I'm glad it's going at this kind of pace. I was afraid it's gonna be a bit too long, but it seems to be going pretty fine with the way it's going right now. Hold up. I lost my cheat sheet for a moment. Hold up. Where did I put it? Too many cheat sheets at the same time. Moving on to September 29th. In a very early morning tweet, AkioAIR's account announces that Akio Water, the pairing of dolphin-themed Azuri Delphi and Frank-themed Nofi de Monteclair, will debut on the 30th of September at noon and at 1 p.m. respectively. The accompanying video is a clip of a mixed version of Water version 2 of season 2's debut song, Serendipity, with just those two talents. Regarding the other 4 talents of season 2, the tweet says, considering the circumstances and health issues, we decided to delay the debut until they are ready once again. And then on the same day, Effie also tweets that she misses everyone. So hold up. Here's the debut announcements. Moving on to September 30th. Here's Effie saying that she misses everyone. And again, how these things are going to be revealed later, because all of this is one huge web of that relates to AkioAIR in some way, and with things that happen behind the scenes at the same time. And then all hell breaks loose on September 30th as Effie makes her I quit announcement, which pretty much opened the floodgates for a new AkioAIR drama starting. We're gonna go through all of that right now, because this is pretty much the juicy stuff, where the juicy stuff begins with all of this. Hold up. Okay. Get bigger. Important announcement regarding my experience with AkioAIR. I want to announce that I will no longer be associated with AkioAIR effective immediately. I am fed up with all the legal threats and emotional abuse that I and the other talents of AkioAIR have been receiving from the company. There are several reasons why I have decided to leave AkioAIR. Notably, the company refuses to pay me on time, and they have failed to support my project several times. When I bring it up, they simply string me along and tell me it's not a good time. Like a wife that doesn't want to fornicate with you. I've worked hard for this company, did my best for it, but they seem to just see me as just another employee for them to take advantage of and exploit. The final straw, as you may be aware, AkioAIR announced on September 3rd, acknowledging hiring a minor for a second generation of talent, which I was unaware of until the actual post on Twitter. It reinforces the idea that simply don't care about the company's talents. AkioAIR has continued to send baseless threats stating that they would sue me due to gross negligence and defamation. However, the company was the one who initially harmed our image as talents contracted under the company name. They offered an alternative, a way to possibly agree not to sue me. They told me to shut up and do whatever they say, to stream, to not post, to not talk to anyone. If I do this for at least 2 months, they will give me a new list of demands for me to comply with. I asked them that if I did all this, would they promise not to sue me? The response, no promises. What a nice company. Threaten you, then blackmail you, and then scare you some more. They just ask me to trust them, even though they're threatening them. Even after complying with all their demands, they said that they will still may decide to turn around and sue me. And I told them about how absurd that was. That I could do everything they said and they would still come after me. They replied, "You are not in a position to make any requests." The emotional manipulation abuse didn't stop there. Our CEO, Jason, kept being hostile and personally threatening my livelihood and career as a nurse. Then when I resist his demands, he pretends to be my savior. That's very a very classic abuser manipulation technique there. Telling me that he's just trying to save me from the legal department and that he's my only hope. Yep. A battered housewife. At that point, I felt so dirty and disgusted. It made me realize how manipulative and emotionally abusive he is to me. And most likely not just me in the company. I tried my best to find an amicable way to part ways, but it's now clear to me that at best he just been wasting my time, at worst turning me into his personal slave. While this company may be based on a VTubing fantasy, I'm a real person and this is real life. I am done with AkioAIR and their professional mismanagement and emotional abuse. I have worked my ass off for AkioAIR for the past 2 years and they decided to treat me like dirt and even threatened me to sue me for everything I have without remorse. I just want Jason and his company to leave me alone, and I really hope they will treat their future talents for better than they treated me. I will not give up hope on this community. You are the reason why I continue to do what I love. I hope to have everyone's continued support in this matter. I apologize for making everyone worry, and I will keep everyone updated on future proceedings. Signed, Effie. And this is not where all of this ended, because shortly after, rather than hyping up their talent's new debuts, AkioAIR has tweeted a reply to Effie, showing off a 7-page Google document, pretty much relaying everything that Effie has done to them. We're gonna look through that too, so just a moment. There it is. Regarding our response towards Athena Nightingale's accusations, this response is not meant to attack any party involved, but only describes facts and considerations on our side so we may paint the full picture for those who are disappointed or angry at our decisions. There are always two sides to a story and we hope you can hear us out. They had this thing ready, you can tell, considering it dropped on the same day. And reading through all of this. Because again, have to be fair in situations like this. Notice of termination regarding our response towards Athena Nightingale's accusations. This notice is to inform you that Athena Nightingale will no longer operate under AkioAIR due to the breach of contract leading to this termination notice. Our policy is to avoid sharing statements publicly if they could possibly be detrimental to any involved parties, even though this would be only detrimental to Athena in the long run anyway. However, Effie's recent announcement contains inaccuracies that necessitate a considered response. That being said, this response is not meant to attack any party involved, but to only describe facts and considerations on our side so we may paint the full picture for those who are disappointed or angry at our decisions. There are always two sides to the story and we hope you can hear us out. Already agreed to an early graduation / peaceful termination. Earlier this month, Effie requested an early termination before her contract expires next year. We agreed to peacefully terminate the contract with graduation. If required, this decision was made because Effie has contributed to the company enough that an early leave is justified. Effie should prioritize her main job if needed. This has already been our priority for her. The conditions and terms are as follows. The graduation announcement will be posted within 2 months, preferably during November. You can choose whether to hold a graduation stream or not after the announcement. She can choose to return to her old identity after the contract terminates. However, she mentioned that she might not return to her old identity at this point in the discussion. First major breach. Afi then willingly involved in activities that can be expected to damage the company's operation and stability within the company. Her actions could cause more unwanted damage as a direct result. This involvement was uncalled for simply for these reasons. And it continues. The activities she was involved with in are not directly related to Afi. The contract would naturally absolve without the need to participate in this event, as we have already agreed upon peaceful termination. In accordance with her actions, we issued a formal notice informing her about the possibility of a contract breach. This is a formal notice. We have to include the potential outcome of being unable to comply with our request, as breaching contracts usually comes with legal liability. Our request was as follows: apologize for the mistake she made, inform the parties involved that she won't be involved anymore, and will ask for a peaceful leave. That's all we ask for to continue our peaceful termination process and to forgive the damage she may have caused. Unfortunately, she didn't comply, and believing this was a threat, she chose to lawyer up and refused to discuss it with us further. Well, you know, it is a threat. No matter how nicely you dress it up, it still is one. Second major breach. Since the discussion has gone quiet, she had decided to resume contacting the company once again, inquiring whether she could peacefully terminate the contract or not. She informed us that she didn't want to be Athena anymore and hoped we would get back to her in a week about this inquiry. However, since she had not complied with the previous requests in a timely manner, we were considering other options that could be offered as an alternative for a peaceful termination. She then, on the next day, without notice, decided to announce at her own discretion, without asking us, she will no longer be associated with AkioAIR. She will start posting content on her old Athena Nightingale channel. This clearly violates our agreement. By announcing this association, one can reasonably expect this would damage the company deeply. Announcing she would be posting on her old channel without the contract being terminated in the first place is not simply a conflict of interest, but also violates our terms in disallowing publishing content related to Afi on non-AkioAIR operated channels. Our initial proposal for peaceful termination asked for such an announcement to be published only in November. I really like to repeat the peaceful part of it. Really making sure that they aren't the party attacking in this particular situation. Legalese is such a wonderful language. You can dress up whatever kind of threat using this kind of language. There was no emergency or any reasonable cause why this announcement has to be announced now and not later, which would simply result in a peaceful termination. Of course, as with any other breach, we want to seek a peaceful solution. Jason was asked to contact Afi regarding handling the damage caused by her reckless action. She was informed of the following: company legal was unhappy with such a serious breach, since this is already a second violation, and she had shown no remorse for the second at the time. She was informed if no action was taken on her end, would consider this intentional legal action could ensue. We wanted to find a solution to stop the damage from spreading further, which will also minimize any liability she would be responsible for. This is the interest of both parties. Thankfully, she complied with our request to delete the announcement, and she was fully informed that this action was the direct violation of the contract and shouldn't be taken lightly. However, she intends to use this breach that she caused and ask the subsequent compliance to be part of the settlement request for peaceful termination. Again, peaceful termination. Demanding us to give her full list of what she needs to comply with, to which we explained. We are unable to provide exact details since we are unsure of what extent this damage has caused and the moment and what measures are required to hopefully rectify the situation. She demanded we provide the details and the contract needed to peacefully, once again, terminate the contract within 2.5 days. Given the time frame, it's hard to draft a legal document on such short notice. Not counting that we're preparing for debut and a lot of material needs to be remade and handled too. Do you remember the timelines here that they released this very shortly after that first statement that that Afi made on her account? They were ready for this. This was their defense, and They really, really wanted to make sure that their asses were covered, but again, with the way they phrased everything, this really, really didn't help them. We offered the same procedure, the first proposal of a peaceful termination that both, again, peaceful counter. I'm gonna have a peaceful counter soon for this. Of a peaceful termination that both parties have agreed upon previously. She said that it would be too long for her and that demanded that 3 days days be her limit. If requests were not met, she threatened that she would have no choice but to believe Jason was manipulating her, threatening her with legal action to his own benefit. She insisted that fixing this problem she first caused in the first place should be enough for settlement, and we should forgive her and not press any legal action against her. Creating a problem and then providing a solution to the problem doesn't seem very ethical. I'm glad they're setting a stage up all of the time in this document. In short, Effie posted an announcement without our consent, caused damage, fixed part of it, and demanded a near impossible request for us to comply in order for her to fix the damage she caused in the first place. It's a very roundabout way of saying it. We really tried our best to help her rectify her mistakes and provide her a reasonable solution normal person can easily comply with. Our request was simple. Well, Too Long didn't read on everything so far. They basically are trying to tell Effie to stop hitting herself as they are holding her her arm and hitting her face with her own arm. That's pretty much what it is. Let's figure out how to fix the damages first, then we can talk about peaceful termination. She declined, stating that she would only fix the damage if we offered a peaceful termination within 3 days. Final major breach. The final major breach comes from the recent announcements. Unfortunately, most are defamatory and potentially slanderous. Hopefully, we can clarify most of the accusations here. We offered resources in the past in order to grow her channel, including the following. 1. License for mixing program. Effie requested the company for the purchase and as she likes to mix songs as her hobby on the way to work. While it's not directly related to VTubing, she told us that she could mix her own song and also offer help to her genmates. Therefore, we agreed. Despite receiving little to no returns as initially anticipated, we didn't discontinue the license. Invest a huge sum of money to promote her cover songs, including Ghost, Lacrimosa, and other covers. During the promotion period for Ghost, her channel grew as a result and made us interested in investing more. Offering a 2.0 model as an incentive for her to stream more regularly. Or offering to release cover songs every month, but was rejected by Effie herself as she claimed she would be unable to perform again due to mental health issues from her workplace outside of AkioAIR at the time. And 5. A chibi model made only for her per her request. Please do note that investment in Effie has been particularly hard because she takes irregular breaks that may eliminate any benefits resulting from the investment. While she claims the company does not help her grow, there was nothing we could have done for the talents if they chose not to stream on a regular basis and had to take weeks, if not months, of hiatus. Regarding payment, our payments are not paid by the month, but per her talent request to save off transaction fees and the cumbersome process that the international transaction may ensue. I have to interject here. We live in 2023. There's so many fast ways to pay somebody. There's so many third-party services you can use for that if you are like in a hurry to get money. Most of them aren't very safe, but there's so many ways you can pay someone on time, so this is pretty much a non-excuse here. It's no excuse for paying someone late in 2023. Even if it's international wire or any shit like that. But let's continue. While we have reminded Effie multiple times we are request-based, we agree that even if it saves everyone some fees and trouble, talents may feel like the last payment was forever ago. However, we must admit that there was a hiccups in the beginning. The tax revenue agency here sometimes had issues with us simply because our business model is considered relatively new. Well, that is your fucking problem, not hers. You should be the one solving your own issues when it comes to relaying payment. But moving on, AkioAIR, especially with some rather new influencer tax policies. We also admit that sometimes international transactions take up more time due to time zone differences, and bank requests for clarifications often explain to our talents, and is indeed a slow, cumbersome process that may feel unresponsive. Then tell your fucking talents that these problems exist. Although I personally don't think they exist, I think they just were slow in paying for whatever reasons, but I doubt any of these reasons are part of how banking works, even if it's with international payment. We sincerely apologize for the payment issues that have occurred over the last few months. International transactions, time zone differences, and bank authorizations slowed the payment process and have caused misunderstandings that the company has not paid the talents. That being said, we'd like to clarify that all the payments that were requested have all delivered, and starting from Season 2, we have requested the bank to enable features that allow us to streamline the process a lot faster and more directly with the bank whenever issues arise. I mean, decided to opt for monthly payouts after Season 2 debut as it may encourage the talents better. Well, a bit too late on that one, I have to say. In regards to Nofi's status, we have never intended to hide her age within the company. Nofi herself often tells others about it and while introducing herself. Given the frequent interaction Effie had with Nofi when Effie returned from her hiatus and turned down the termination offer, it's beyond reasonable doubt that such a conversation would have occurred. So you're mind readers now and detectives. How would you know this? After consulting with Nofi, she made it clear that such information was provided, albeit a long time ago. I wonder. Contradictions. At the end of 2022, Effie informed us she would like to terminate the contract early due to mental health issues. We acknowledged this and offered for her to graduate in March after her hiatus. However, she later came back to the company and stated that she had recovered and was able to return to streaming, therefore cancelling the graduation process. She apologized for making such a decision, wanting to do her best with her main job, and appreciated we offer her such an opportunity to continue working at AkioAIR. This contradicts the current statement in multiple ways. She was offered to leave peacefully, this word again, more than once already, which she never took. She declined and opted to continue her journey with us. Conclusion. During her career, she was offered 2 opportunities to leave peacefully with a... Fuck off with this peacefully already. Without any consequences. She rejected one and did not want to wait for the other, even though she was already on hiatus on a regular basis. Even when she breached the contract, which she had the ground to ask for liability, we asked only for an apology and only up for her mistakes, which she refused over and over again, leaving us the option of informing her that that we would take legal action as a last resort. It was not a threat, but only the option we had left, hoping she would cooperate. Until the final moment, an announcement of defamatory and slander was made, which usually to the point of no return. That being said, we are willing to forgive her actions. We believe Effie is a kind person at heart. However, often her careless action has caused others to suffer. This is really composed like as if an abusive boyfriend wrote this. I know you're kind, but you know, if you act out, I'll just have to hit you in the face again. I know you're very kind, but you know, don't make me hit you again. That kind of language I feel from this whole document. As the consequences of her action may not have been intentionally done, sometimes pressure forces people to make irrational options, and we all know this. Just like the second breach, we are willing to forgive Effie for the third time for this situation. We are willing to drop any lawsuit against them once again and opt out for a peaceful resolution. As long as she apologizes sincerely publicly, we will not pursue any legal action against Effie. Otherwise, we will be forced to clear our names in the courtroom. We have been willing to invest heavily in our talents, given that they can follow the foundations that allow us to do so. Whether it's simply by following the contract or recording covers to make it into a promotion campaign to promote them. Our contract is very flexible and easy to comply with. Unlike this whole statement, which is very confusing and written in a very manipulative way. asking for no minimal streaming time and allowing breaks whenever they need it, be it for mental health issue, family issue, or simply having to focus on other priorities. We have privately solved multiple contract terminations without cause because their other party did minimal damage, showing that the lawsuit is the last and desperate option we choose to perform. We only ask people not to engage in reckless behavior, leak information, make decisions to their own advantage without consideration of the other party. We believe that VTubers are akin to an investment relationship where the contract ensures that the investment doesn't go to waste or be taken away. You should have thought about that before you started treating them less as humans and more like pawn pieces that you could move around and pretty much abuse however you pleased. But yeah, too late for that. We believe that contracts are the foundation of corporate VTubing. It's what makes it possible for companies to invest in a person to develop their career. Without a contract, anyone can do whatever they want, malicious or not, making investments impossible. Yes, this is what all they care about. Their investment potential going to waste here. Therefore, we kindly ask you to understand our insistence on honoring a contract. This honoring the contract will come back later, as I will be reading all of the butthurt tweets from one of their artists slash alleged investors. If anyone can breach a contract multiple times without consequences, as we are discouraged by the public from doing anything, raises concern about the efficiency and this significance of contracts. Damn, this is big. Within the VTuber industry, if contracts lack enforceability, it prompts questioning why we uphold them at all. Effie is a wonderful talent, and we hate to see her go. Every time she has breached the contract, we always offer a peaceful option. Hopefully this time we can finally reach an amicable situation where we don't have to fend for ourselves in a legal battle. Well, you're the ones threatening her with the legal battle, and not the other way around. Sincerely, AkioAIR Board of Directors and AkioAIR Talent Manager. And then there was more, as more talents decided to speak up about everything that has happened. This, yeah. This pretty much decided to blow up at this point. Hold up, let me magnify this. This is one of their potential talents speaking about their experience with AkioAIR Vispire, which Vispire, those that you don't know, is like their training branch, their little school for VTubers that pretty much prepares them to go into the main agency if they happen to have the potential, let's say, to be a good talent for AkioAIR. And yeah, everyone pretty much decided to air out their dirty laundry about this thing. But let me read it. My experience with Vispire, AkioAIR's trainee branch. My experience with AkioAIR slash Vispire. In early February 2nd, 2023, I was selected one of the finalists for Vispire, a branch of AkioAIR which was conceived to function as a virtual YouTuber training academy. For several months, I was a member of the Discord server, and this was my experience. As noted by others, there was suspicious behavior in the Discord, such as Jason having separate voice call meetings with other potential talents that were not related to the audition process. Playing games with them, and one notable voice call I was included in, but did not speak during it. During it, with Jason and other auditions were speaking cruelly of other corporations and corporate VTubers. Although the latter is not necessarily suspicious, it does speak to the character of the company as a whole. During this voice call, one auditionee threatened to dox other people, which was not addressed seriously. Rather, Jason found it humorous. Additionally, important aspects of functioning corporations, such as scheduled interviews and further auditions, were increasingly delayed to months after the initial intended dates. The pay rate, as initially spoken of, was a flat rate for a set minimal amount of streams and was subject to vary depending on additional hours streamed. However, this too changed to the point where there there would be negligible or no pay directly from AkioAIR at all, and that revenue would be dependent on fan donations. More egregiously, during this time, I was harassed relentlessly by several fellow auditionees and members of the Discord server for liking specific fictional content, to which my response was to cease communicating with them immediately. Kind of based over. Fuck them, if it is what I think it is. I went to Jason with my concerns about the increasing frequency of the harassment. His response was to instead prioritize the harassers with whom he had been non-business related voice meetings and private gaming sessions, and to remove me from the server entirely. He also threatened that legal action could be taken against me for potentially breaking my NDA for mentioning any of the harassment of the discussions within the Discord server. I didn't want to post this for longest time for fear of legal repercussions. However, I am not mentioning any contractually confidential information in this announcement. I am speaking about my unpleasant experiences with Jason and Vispire. To lend support to those coming forward against AkioAIR, I want to emphasize that my unfortunate experience with a very few Vispire auditions was an outlier, and that wish the rest of the auditions and former current AkioAIR talents well. Signed, Modo Kumako. And then Megumi Kuragiri also mentions that she would like to speak out about her experience within AkioAIR. I would like to speak out on my experience. We're at October 1st, by the way, already. Moving very fast, which again I enjoy. I would like to speak out of my experience within the company AkioAIR. Seeing people start to come forward has given me the best confidence I need. I am terrified as I write this, but I will do my best to share my story as one of the talents. Please wait. Then, in response to this, Bunny also mentions this. I think this is time to share my side of things too. I've been kinda scared and sick, but I think you guys need to know at least what I can share from my side. Please support everyone involved. And then Bunny, still on October 1st, made her statement, which is already big, and we're gonna read it too. Content warning, mental health. My name is Bunny Naide. I am former AkioAIR talent. I played the character Vix E. Gray during my time at AkioAIR. I am no longer working with them, and I have not been working with them since the 8th of September 2023. The reason I am finally writing the statement is because of the claims that AkioAIR and Jason regularly made on how they cared for our health and well-being as talents and people. I had issues with AkioAIR from the very beginning of my time there. For references, just before signed, my dad passed away. I was very emotionally vulnerable, as anything good was light in the dark for me in this time period. Upon being offered a place at Akio, Jason commented on this fact, saying he had heard of me discuss this matter and he apologized for my loss. We spoke a bit more before he mentioned how it took too long, more than a couple of weeks to sign the contract. I may not be able to join. I happily signed the contract very early on. I was just wanting some good to happen after all the bad. I asked regularly whilst reading the contract and signing if I could know about who my gen mates were, and I was simply told you can't know till you're signed, which I assumed was normal. Though my concern was whether I would get on with these people, but he assured me would be fine. There was no mention of a minor. I only found out about Nofi's age when I first spoke to her in the voice call about a week or so after signing with AkioAIR, and this only came about due to her mentioning being a child to me during this call. I was not happy at this and was strongly informed Jason of this matter and how I didn't believe it was safe for her to be within the industry, especially with how lewd VTubing can be. And we've seen pretty much a result of that with Nofi herself. Jason ignored me and said, "We'll deal with the consequences when the time comes." Oh boy, that didn't work out well. During the process of creating our designs and everything, Jason tried to heavily push me down the British aesthetic route. I didn't question it too much at first, as I do think I can be rather beautiful, but at the same time, on it escalated past just being an aesthetic. Jason made comments about how my accent was selling point. Me being British makes me unique, etc. And it got to the point every turn he'd used to explain me, my style, and my content. At one point, I mentioned this and got rather upset when he refused to change his ways. I felt upset. I don't mind odd British jokes, but he was being outright discriminatory of me, and no other talent was getting their nationality or race used to describe them or their content. He ended up making me delete the conversation on the matter because he didn't want others to get the wrong idea. Later, other talents and staff tried to convince him to write an apology to me, how he was, though I'm unsure how true it is, but a few other talents informed me he was not the one to actually write said apology, as he apparently struggled to write it as he didn't think he did anything wrong. Let me take a sip. A few talents also mentioned to me that they helped write it, and he mentioned using ChatGPT to help write it also. Damn, Jason, you're using ChatGPT to compose your apology homework. You're not getting an A for this project, my lad. With this lack of communication on a regular basis from the management, I began feeling my mental health decline. In my personal life, we had begun dealing with more of my dad's belongings, and the mixture of stress from both areas was causing me a great decline in my overall physical and mental health. The last straw came in two parts when we found out Jason had leaked our designs online early for funding for an animation for us. And when Jason finally decided to announce Snuffy was a minor, the stress that arose in and around the company during the time was making me very sick, and I felt I had no choice but to ask to leave. I needed to step away from everything and take a more peaceful route. I had informed management for a while on my declining health, but nothing was really done to support it, minus slightly longer deadlines. As of 8th of September 2023, I decided for my sake I would leave AkioAIR and handed it in my notice. Was not only the only reason I left, I was willing to invest my time and effort into Akio. However, I worried my mental health would be damaged past irreparable point had I stayed. I may have been rash for jumping to leave so quickly, but seeing how things turned out, I don't think I was wrong of me to leave when and how I did. On the 9th of September 2023, Jason sent me a breach of contract email informing me of breaching my contract in attempting to leave early. He said I wanted to leave, he would sue and press damage charges on me. I began somewhat negotiating staying at Akio out of fear that I would be sued. When I received the contract on what and how I would have to work in order to stay with them, I would be working for unrealistic wages, so I declined and did not sign to go back. Jason kept upping the damage costs and kept threatening to sue me for leaving and breaching contract. I've involved lawyers to settle this peacefully and nothing came about it, just the same threats to sue. I am tired and still struggling with my mental health. I have very close calls with my life and believed it was easier to stop being than it was to fight. I am grateful to those too close to me helping me through it. I am sorry, but that on you as well. I want out of this hell. I am not in a state to pay myself out of this cost of these damages, and I'm not well enough to stay. I'm not sure what else I can say or show. I'm still really scared, but we all are. I'm in a rough patch right now, but I want to give up doing something I truly love just because someone ruined my experience in the industry. Thank you for being patient with me and always supporting me. Bunny. And guess what? There was more statements. This time from AkioAIR, the miner, on her other account called Wawa or Vava, whichever way you want to pronounce it, which was Nofi in AkioAIR. My experience with AkioAIR as a miner. Let me just take a real quick sip because I'm getting parched here. Hello. My name current is Wawa, however I am previously known as Nophilia under AkioAIR. It has been months since the thought of leaving the company first crossed my mind, and after much reflection I have finally gathered the courage to support my friends by sharing my own experience as a talent under AkioAIR. Please note that this document contains mentions of suicide and mental health. Read at your own discretion. December 2022, I had first signed with AkioAIR during a vulnerable time in my life. I had just quit my former job and was struggling with money, as well as having been hospitalized after my first suicide attempt. It's not something I ever shared with my peers and kept to myself. AkioAIR offered to help me out of my predicament by giving me a spot as a talent. Days after I was discharged, when I was well enough to gain movement, I took the opportunity as a means to support myself and my family. Soon after joining AkioAIR, I realized I was in poor working environment. I chose to look past the problems and focus on a positive attitude as I valued what I was promised. Even now, I'm learning about things that should have been discussed with me prior with transparency. First, I was told my gen mates would be made aware that I was a minor prior to them signing any contracts. The comfort of my coworkers is very important to me. It should have not been my responsibility to inform them of such important information. Second, there have been many instances in which I have felt uncomfortable due to Jason's words or actions, and I and the others have tried to give him the benefit of the doubt countless times, but we could only do so much before our patience ran thin. As mentioned in Bunyade's document, Jason Kuo wanted their accent to be their selling point, making them feel undervalued and uncomfortable. As a result, I, alongside another talent, encouraged Jason to apologize. He said he could not apologize sincerely considering he was not sorry and proceeded to write an apology with our help and ChatGPT. that one always gets me with this one. Like, ChatGPT, write me an apology to a girl I abused within my company. I wonder what kind of prompts they used to write that. Must have been something unique. The talents who used the term girl talk when Jason tried to insert himself into our conversations. He would respond with, "How dare you assume my gender?" and continue. That's special. Oh man. Hold up. To joke about changing his sex. He would withhold information from us regarding our models or assets in exchange for our Overwatch games. When I asked for my model's ETA, he told me that I would have to play Overwatch with him before I could find out. I find this behavior to be manipulative. Our merchandise was sold at a convention. We did not earn a single penny. The excuse was that the merchandise was already being sold for very little and I'm broke. I wanted to use a comedic phrase for my promotional teaser. I suggest I love LOL, League of Legends, as I knew it would have garnered a reaction from the public. Jason refused the idea, but when someone gently suggested bang your mom, he immediately approved. I was skeptical but did not voice my concern as I put my trust in management's hands. Announcing that I was a minor, putting my spotlight onto my age, and effectively inviting unwanted attention and scrutiny, I had to keep quiet while watching the people around me turn away, pushing me into a depression. Regarding alcohol, which people actually found out about her that she was buying alcohol, and this is pretty much explaining why she could do that. Regarding alcohol, I live in Belgium. When the purchasing age for some alcohol is 16, this includes some soju, depending on the contents. Without telling my management, I responded to a tweet to tell someone I am legal drinking age. The first and only tweet that I made in my own defense. I felt defenseless and this was the only thing I was really allowed to say. Regarding people claiming that I engage in lewd or sexually explicit behavior, making adults around me uncomfortable engaging with not safe for creators and artists, it's simply not true. This claim was very hurtful for me and for my safety. It was also incredibly uncomfortable. I do not have, never followed and engaged with not safe for artists or art. Mind you, yes, this is true, and people did make up these things about her that she was following some not safe for creators. I personally looked into that, and no, I couldn't find any that she actually followed. Maybe if you believe she is lying, then she may have unfollowed them, but I personally didn't find any that she was following at the time that I checked. I do sincerely apologize, however, for not having been more careful in verifying the people that I was following at the time. After I was pointing out, I realized that some content creators I followed at the time made explicit jokes or content. Typically follow VTubers if they interact with my friends. Their models are cute, or I have seen a funny clip on YouTube, but not the kind, you know, that are fully pornographic. Not that kind of creator. Upon the realization, I immediately unfollowed and asked my fellow talents to help me in discerning who makes not safe for work content. When the majority in Serendipity Season 2 left, I refused to leave them out of fear that Jason would pursue me in court. I was still indebted to AkioAIR, unfortunately. The extra risk of lawsuit is something I could not even fathom putting myself or my family through, and so I kept silent for a few more weeks. After a while, I started to feel very alone. I felt a significant drop in my mental health due to being scrutinized by the public and the way the management made it seem like my friends had abandoned me. At that point in time, I had no other choice but to pretend to be unbothered and move forward with my debut. The day of the debut, a statement was posted by Athena Nightingale, which she talks about her mistreatment while dealing with AkioAIR, a statement which you already read. Jason released a response before falling asleep. He was not present for our debuts. I came to the dreadful but predicted realization that AkioAIR is no longer beneficial for me as a talent, and was left with two options. Stay in AkioAIR, a company whose reputation is so damaged that no one will ever be willing to support me as a talent, halting any progress I wish to make as a content creator, and effectively trapping me there, as I would not earn the money to pay off my debt. Leave AkioAIR with the risk of Jason threatening me. After having put my trust into Jason and then later feeling punished for his decisions, just to leave. I will not risk my health or happiness for a company. Above all, I must prioritize myself, and I'm incredibly grateful to my managers during my time in AkioAIR, as they have always treated me with respect and kindness. And guess what happened? Then more statements came out. We are on October 2nd, 2023 here. It's time with Kuri, with her own experiences with AkioAIR. My experience with AkioAIR. Hello everyone, this may come as a surprise to you all, but as talent behind Azuri Delphi, I need to speak my mind. You may have noticed that some of my former gen mates and even some from the previous gen have come out with a public statement about their experience in AkioAIR. My experience is shared with them in the sense that for most, if not all, of the negative experience were primarily caused by Jason. Fucking Jason. I do not wish to work with him again, and I hope this will shed some light as to why. Firstly, the reason why I chose to stay in the company was because of my debt towards Jason for purchasing my computer setup for me, as I didn't have one at the time of signing due to my old one ceasing to function. I felt like I had to stay because I owed him money, and all the revenue I'd been getting would be going towards paying it off. Jason had been in many of the conversations between us, the talents at the start, and as such has fallen asleep during those calls, to the point that whether other interaction we had has included him in some capacity. Our privacy had essentially been shattered, and despite the fact that we have told him to leave us to ourselves, he has refused. Due to this, we eventually stopped having group voice calls that would keep away from his, and he intruded on us as a group many times. This continues onto him constantly begging us us as a whole to play games with him, often Overwatch, and would essentially prey on any online talent to get them to sit and call with him, to the point I have set myself as being offline for months just so he doesn't invite me to a game. Another such case of this questionable personality is that he would make "How dare you assume my gender" jokes, especially when me and the other talents simply wanted to talk to each other and would say we're having girl talk, which he responds that he could get a sex change. Presumably just he could keep talking to us when we made it clear that he isn't always invited. What a character this guy is. His stance on us as generation is morbid to say the least, as he has on multiple occasions, with increasing frequency over the past 3 months, said that he sees Vispire, his other project, as a more profitable alternative. Also has stated multiple times that he wished that he didn't waste money on us, Season 2 of AkioAIR, and he had used it on something else. Jason as a person is rather discomforting to be around since he will quickly throw a fit over minuscule things. One such example would be becoming mad because the model artist or model mama I requested had a unique style and that the art style would stand out too much, followed by him storming out of the voice call. The artist in question is You Capriccio. He continued on being unsettled by concerning me in a voice call meant to discuss the debut, and instead of talking about it, he pressured me and told me that I should wait at least a year to have a boyfriend, even though he has always said that he believed talent freedom. Ah yes, talent freedom. The magical phrase that always works out well for every VTuber agency out there. Many of the work calls were unfruitful, to say the least, as he was more focused on hanging out and having fun than discussing things that we needed to work on for our debut. The display of delayed debut was circumstantial, yet there were so many other such delays that were entirely under their control. These include missed deadlines for assets, animation, art, and the music video, and our trailers were finished practically last minute due to poor management, which likely contributed to the delay in everything else. As the final nail in the coffin, as a testament to Jason's inattentiveness and disinterest in our well-being, he never showed up to my or Nofi's debut, as before that he was too busy staying up and writing a response to a member, which is Athena, of the previous generation and needed to sleep. My debut, being described as a scuff, does not scratch the surface of the reality of the situation. Months prior to debut, Jason would give us ideas on what to do when the debut came, yet never delivered on it, and whenever we would share with him what he had done to prepare for the debut, he only criticized us for our ideas, going as far as to say that using slides for the debut wouldn't be good for engagement. Unfortunately, he also never gave us advice on what to do instead and the debut date, and we essentially left to our own devices, hence it being scuffed. Debut left me emotionally and mentally devastated. After my dad came to see what I was working on and how I interact with the stream, I broke down feeling like a fraud, as all I had been working towards felt like it was worthless, especially considering the way Jason had treated us this entire time. And guess what? As Megu Kuragiri was saying that she will make her own statement, she did. Also on October 2nd, 2023. Important announcement in regards to my time in AkioAIR. Thank you for your support. Hello, clanmates. My recounting of events may lack detail due to potential legal implications. I am refraining from disclosing information that could be used against me to safeguard my interest in legal context, including the specifics of our debut preparations. As all you know, I am announced a few months ago that I was going to going corporate. It was a decision that some of you were worried about me making. But my dream of getting that cute streamer experience first saw in Hollow was still there. I wanted so badly to be in a group with others collabing together, working and growing together as a team. And the assistance with the backend projects would take a huge load off my shoulders. I always struggled socially. So I saw agencies as a path to connect with others and better expand my skills as I could focus more on streaming. I've made it very clear over my years as a content creator that I cannot stand for injustice. I speak very openly on my concern about various topics. As my community means everything to me, I want to share every piece of myself with them. So as things internally were turning sour, it became increasingly difficult to look forward to debuting under AkioAIR brand and having to present a false version of myself to my community who have supported me through everything. On my application, it had been very clear that I have passed with not safe for content and use adult humor. The CEO, Jason, also persistently urged me to, during the audition process, help him leverage connection with a colleague from my previous company who conducts explicit not safe for work streams, convinced her to join the agency. As he was a big fan of her, there was no signs that AkioAIR was intended to be a family-friendly company during the hiring process. The 18+ requirements for applying were seemingly there for a reason. And mind you, in applying to AkioAIR, there was an 18+ requirement, and they still hired Nofi, who was at the time of hiring 15, and she's 16 now. So yeah, again, because she was so quote-unquote talented and for her age, Jason still decided to hire her. Moving on. Hearing others express their discomfort as well as about Jason due his line-breaking behaviors, I couldn't help but grow in this state towards him and the company. It was not healthy work environment or an environment that I wanted to bring my original community into. After learning about how season 1 had been treated and enduring the professional and inappropriate behavior from our own boss, I knew I had to leave. AkioAIR has damaged not only their own reputation, but also mine outside of the company. On my personal accounts, I was receiving private messages and questions when joining voice calls. With even my time outside of the company being tainted, I couldn't handle it anymore and broke down from depression and disgust, leading to my exit from the company. I appreciate my clanmates so much sticking with me through all of this. I hope I can return to streaming as Megumi soon. I really miss hanging out with you guys and can't wait to see you again. Moving on with the timeline before I start reading this, because we're getting very close to all of the very, very fun leaks when it comes to when it comes to you know, Jason and his antics. This particular screenshot is from a stream that False ID did, showing a short conversation between Effie and Jason. And we're gonna be seeing more of these, but let me give you a preview of what this is about right now. What is this avatar? It's a gorilla. Yes, but I'm not from her country, okay? You cannot compare us. And yes, this is why this is under parental control, and you shouldn't use the eyes of the US judge, other culture, and she was being abused by the other companies too. And you shouldn't use the eyes of a Taiwanese law to judge either. About what? Just let her turn 18, man. This is talking about Nofi, by the way. She was 18 when she debuted. None of this would have happened. Taiwanese law, only 20 is considered adult. I would have been totally fine and give me that, oh, she's almost 18 argument. Do you think it's better if you just let her keep getting mistreatment from her previous company, or come under our protection? That's such fucking groomer talk. Groomer gorilla. I think I would have been better to debut her in Generation 3 when she was actually 18, or split the generation debuts up. I think, okay. She still needs a side hustle to earn some money. You are basically telling her she can't stream on a PG-13 platform because she's not 18. But with streamers and gen mates who do 18 plus content, Jason, I talk about hentai a lot, okay? You don't have to talk about that in front of her. How can I guarantee she won't see it though? She's my gen mate. How can you guarantee that she won't see more explicit content while browsing the internet? God damn it, Jason. How can I make a conversation with her future streams if their streams I do are all age restricted? Which is why it's better publicly announced that she is 18. Because now everything will think a 70-year-old browsing inappropriate content everyone knows kids do all the time. Okay, but I need to know now. I need to know at this moment what I need to do. No, you can't. It's most likely $10,000 versus $100. It was decided that 100 is not worth of chasing. The lawsuit will be dropped. Here's talking about the legal threats that were mentioned here. You can't just keep making more demands for me and stringing me along. Effie, I'm going to make this clear. I'm here to help you, so you don't get sued by a company. I don't have to, and you will be served the letter. But I cared. That's why I saying this. I trust you, Jason. It's just that you can't guarantee me this will work out. I can't, Effie. Just like the lawyers will guarantee you they 100% will / lose a case. I'm just using my knowledge to help you not get sued as much as possible. You can take the help, or you can't leave it. Or you can leave it, but I have warned you. Leaving it going to get you sued 100%. And if you are okay with that, then you don't need to follow any help I provide. I can lower the chance of you being sued, but that's to the extent of what I can help. Yeah, manipulative is all hell. You can observe and ask for solution to us, but don't do anything on your VTuber account. How about for non-streaming activities? Like? You tell me. So I won't do anything on my VTuber account, my AkioAIR VTuber account. What about my old channel? Can I still post music and covers there? Don't even do it on your old channel. Any activities regarding your VTuber stuff, stop. Don't do anything. VTuber is in your career as a VTuber. In legal words, anything that can be reasonably expected to affect or relate to VTubing. How long will this restriction last? Until the contract successfully terminates. If you want to do something, ask for permissions. These are getting increasingly tiny. Because of some big life changes will be happening, I cannot specify, but what I will limit it for a time, I need to plan ahead. And if I am going to do anything further, I need to guarantee as to what will happen in return. Or else, I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I'm sorry, but the nature of this event prohibits me from provide you a time frame. We could have resolved a very long time ago, like when you first asked to leave, with more precise date before you all did this. I can give you an estimation. I can give you an estimation though. Okay. Within 2 months, we'll give you a list of demands. Then for you, safely terminate the contract, and then it's up to you how long you're going to meet the demands. That's not an acceptable timeline. Probably not anything too hard. It's probably 3 months too. Why would I waste 2 months waiting when I can do it now? I don't understand. I need a list of demands by end of Wednesday, September 27th, 11:59 p.m. EST, please. Otherwise, I will I will understand that you will be negotiating with me in bad faith. But all I'm saying is, from your current situation, this is your best move. Whether you choose it is up to you. So what's the point of resolving the scenario if you're going to sue me anyways? Because the damage you will be liable is less. How? Because you didn't contain the damage, and you'll be sure legal will ask a large sum of money for it. Scenario 1 is your own fault. Fix your fault first, then our company can talk about resolving the contract. What a tard. What a slimy tard this guy is. Resolving the contract is my incentive to fix the fault. Or if you want to pay us something like 100,000, that will be a very convincing argument that they'll drop the case immediately. Basically, he's saying, pay us 100k and we'll let you go scot-free. Yeah, like a regular person is gonna have 100k, much less like a well-off person. 100,000 fucking dollars. That's not pocket change for anybody. Maybe for a millionaire it is pocket change, but not for your regular working person. 100 fucking thousand k. Fuck off with that. So please give me a list by Wednesday, but you keep insisting a time frame I can't provide you, or this will prove that you will have been in bad faith with negotiations. Okay, Effie, let me ask you a question then. How am I going to explain this without sounding threatening? By not threatening me, you can start there. How? It's not like I can say, yeah, we won't sue you. That's not factual. That'd be lying. You want me to lie to you? Oh, okay, how about this? I'm pretty much your only lifeboat at the moment, and you're drowning. How do I convince you that by not getting into the lifeboat, you will drown without sounding threatening to you? God damn. You are not the lifeboat, Jason. Right now, you're the water drowning me. If you don't want to sound threatening, you can start by not saying, do this or else. And frankly speaking, I'm the only... Remember that the response that he wrote up to her, like how this was supposed to be like a peaceful resolution, like 19 times or something like that, and he wasn't threatening or blackmailing her like at all. It really doesn't. It really doesn't sound like blackmail in in these screenshots. And frankly speaking, I'm the only person right now in the board that is stopping them from them to proceed into legal action. Let me try to talk her out and see how we can fix it first. If you think I'm threatening them, I'm sorry. I don't want to lose faith in you, but you are not making this easier by saying I'm threatening you. Well, that's because you are threatening me. I've really made my position clear. I want this list by Wednesday. Otherwise, it's clear that you are just stringing me along in an attempt to just control and silence me, Jason. Okay, I will inform my company. I will leave them up to decide. I tried to explain to you that you are making unreasonable requests based on your own actions, which I can't really comply. And that's not how contract and resolution works. But if there's your only condition, then I guess I'll just present it as is. Just be sure, say okay, and let them know this is your condition. If this isn't met, then it's clear you are simply stringing me along. For the record, I don't agree with that. Noted. Moving on with the timeline just a bit. Hold up. Let me get my cheat sheet real quick. Oh yeah. Here we go, before I get confused. This is another screenshot showing how Vixie was treated, pretty much. Vixie, I'm going to tell you that the company is serious about suing you guys internationally. And the compensation will be more than 20 to 30k. If it goes to court, maybe like 10 times according to Yuffie. You guys probably think AI do not dare to sue across overseas, or is it just not worth it? However, from my understanding, because all 4 of you guys are leaving, the loss for the company is so big, it is worth suing. I really see you as a friend and don't want you to go through more stress. So I think it will be best for you to rethink your options. Honestly, just debut and go like a health break hiatus sounds like the best choice to me. They really want to fucking keep them on board, and all of them are, oh, you guys are so talented and we like you so much, you're good people, but if you leave, we'll sue you to the fucking ground. And we're your only lifeline here. Please listen or you get sued to oblivion. We recommend you to reach out to an actual lawyer and consult for legal advices before you dig yourself deeper in the hole, as you breach more and more contract terms. Fine, I'll stay. I'll agree to staying, but I'm no longer willing to communicate to Jason. I will only communicate to you and Yuffie. I'll agree to whatever it is in order to stay, but I'll be taking an immediate health break upon debuting. I'd also like confirmation I can remain active on my other social medias and content platform, not as a VTuber. I can't promise anything, but I will try to negotiate. As I think they mentioned they will be putting more strict rules on the talents who wanted to terminate the contract or something, even if they decide to return. Like they won't just let you know, not stream forever. I actively mentioned being sick. I can't realistically stream right now whilst I'm so bad. Or the streams will just be lazy Animal Crossing weed picking, which I guarantee Jason doesn't want. Yes, I know. Do you have a doctor's note or something? Not currently. I could take a week to get, or if it's quicker, I could kill myself. Present a doctor's note, or else, or else you aren't getting away scot-free on this one. Man, I'm just imagining like going to a doctor and saying you need a note to present to your VTuber agency that's abusing you. And here's Kiwi talking about a leak that happened on 4chan's virtual YouTuber board, VT. If the person that leaked what possibly was the best model I ever had is reading this, was it worth it? And then the talents of AkioAIR all decide to tweet the particular things with GG boys. Well played, well played. GG boys. GG. Good game. my furendos. And then there's more there's more leaks of chat conversations on Discord. Gen Q, can I leave please? I feel like I'm being bullied. Too bad you don't have a full body underneath the clothes. Thank God Jason can perv on me. Brian Squared, 2 Overwatch rounds. I'm just leave until you are share my PSD with me, cause I'll be for real. I ain't taking this blue bolsing shit and being expected to sit nicely and patiently when the others get their straight up. And then there's more people talking about their experiences on actually trying to get into AkioAIR. I just want to send my full support to all of AkioAIR girls. For those of you who may not know, I was originally part of their season 1 talent roster. I was Kion Dojima, but she used to go by Mireille. Yes, Dojima is from Yakuza, and even came up with her design ideas. It breaks my heart seeing the amount of abuse the season 1 and season 2 girls went through. I had no idea it would have gotten as bad as it did. Knowing how Jason would try to insert himself into our voice calls and ask us to play games was weird and uncomfortable, delaying everything. Also did a legal spell when I tried to leave, and even guilt tripped me that I made the investors mad. They spent so much resources to find a replacement. They could have made me pay for damages, even though I was literally couch surfing and had no stable setup. I ended up doing free vocal editing for the debut song to make up for it. But I couldn't sleep, I had mental breakdowns, I no longer felt streaming / VTubing fun anymore. The environment was just too unstable and toxic. I'm angry that Jason didn't care about the season 1 talents or was there, even though we worked our asses off for everything for debut. And I'm unsurprised nothing has changed. I am proud of the girls regardless, I know how talented they are, please give them all of the support you can. And then there's more statements by people about Athena Nightingale and her model, and about how much the model actually supposedly cost. They're not here to make any grand statements. All I wanted to say is that you won't believe how much money AkioAIR offered me for the rights of Athena Nightingale's design. $50. I got lowballed for $50, but I didn't care about the money. I just wanted to give her the ability to follow her dreams. Not gonna at anyone, don't want the attention, just need to get it off my chest because it's been bothering me ever since the beginning and I was worried that it might be a sign of things to come. Oh, little did you know. So, $50 for this cute as fuck design? Shakes my head. You're a giga chat for allowing Appy to pursue her dreams though. To be clear, they only took elements from her OG design by me to make this model, but the DNA is still there. $50 for all the rights? No way. Specifically, the right to commercialize and modify. That's awful. And then, you guessed it right. More statements. Is it my turn now? And then Mew, on her other account, makes her own statement. We are currently on October 3rd. Very close to the end of the timeline. Hi, my name is Meteorial Lotos, but I was formerly known as the talent Meteorial Ares Wager Horizon from Season 1 Refract in AkioAIR. I have wanted to leave the company for many months, and I'd like to bring my experience working in this agency to light as of current events. I would like to firstly address this is to the AkioAIR staff who seem to think that the contract was too lenient. Now we abandoned them because they were too kind and have let their talents do whatever we want. During negotiations, they only had the contractual obligations to fall back to and held on that tightly. They think that all of us leaving was all about the contractual obligations when this was about trust, a safe and a professional working environment, which was not provided. My trust has been breached many times, and for a company that has emphasized so much how kind they are, and how good their contract is that they had to throw away everything they've built because evil people without conscience took advantage of them. They breached the contract on their end first. I was the earliest member in Season 1 to have signed the contract and was made a talent manager shortly after auditions closed. They did not have a talent manager. Jason was supposed to handle all 5 of us girls. Fan was not having it because of how she felt Jason's interaction was highly inappropriate. His tone was unprofessional. Because of the mismanagement, I had to step up with the talent manager because I speak Mandarin. I was Jason's favorite and I was still the acting manager until post-debut, which made me feel more isolated from the girls because I was the teacher's pet. The girls were not trusting because I was going to report everything to Jason. We had to make a separate talent server, which did not exist because Jason wanted everybody's staff and talent to be in one server. He wanted an environment that felt like a college club where everybody could hang out together and play games. They have a separate management server in which they all speak Mandarin because only Jason can speak English. Until now, only Jason and 2 managers were the ones who could communicate in English to us. As Jason's favorite, I had the privilege to embark on a journey with him onto another project, which I will not state here because it involves a third-party company, in which he had promised to pay me monthly for being involved. I asked for it in writing so I can have a financial guarantee, because Jason intended to bring me on board so I could focus more on VTubing activities as I was working 2 other jobs at the point in time. He brushed it off saying, contract was not important and I trusted him. The project got delayed for months and I assumed that it was not happening, and with no financial guarantee I have not prepared for the courses. I had also quit my job by then because I assumed that the project was going to come up soon. I had 2 months of unemployment and I was not done because it was still not happening, so I picked up other jobs and I was taking a huge step in life, and life was financially demanding. I have other people depending on me and I could not afford this. I had since then started to lose trust and retracted gradually from the company and other talents. I have also delayed many projects because I was inefficient in terms of energy and time because I had none to spare, and my streaming hours were considered my break time. I could not grow my channel like I was promised. The project eventually happened and I was still not paid as promised. So as assumed, I was not going to get paid. I have put no effort into my role. I was eventually paid very recently after the announcement about Nofi, because I said I was going to quit. When I quit, I left a statement with reasons and left the server the project was conducted in. Jason was furious that he had to deal with the consequences of the truth, which made him look bad. And I said that I should have only said I was leaving, not the reasons which would be default make me the bad person for abandoning the project. This is one of many examples in which Jason cares for his workload and the company more than talent's reputation and mental health. Regarding the announcement made recently about Nofi, AkioAIR has mentioned none of the onboarding talents participated in the decision-making process concerning the recruitment of the other talents. That statement is false, because I was asked to participate in the auditions. When it was Nofi's turn, they spoke of fate because one of the staff members was listening to Nofi's PL's karaoke stream. The next day she auditioned. I was loud and strongly against accepting Nofi because they said she was a minor. They were very happy and swooned and excited during the interview. I was furious and appalled. I screamed and my heart sank. There were talks of immediately signing her as it was an anonymous call. Jason said we will deal with the consequences later. I let it because in the end it was not my call. I was not part of the decision-making process. Apparently my voice did not matter during the interview phase. I was not paid to participate either. In July 2023, I was asked to go on a week-long Japan trip with Jason and his mom. God damn it, Jason. Now you're a mama's boy too. Because there was a meeting with the third-party company one day of the trip, I repeatedly rejected, saying I can't afford time-wise and financial-wise. I was also under a lot of stress because I was preparing for something important in my life. I was repeatedly asked again and again, and I felt really pressured. I didn't know why he was so insistent on this. Because he asked Nova and she rejected once and he took it. I was confused and thought maybe because he needed someone who could speak Japanese to accompany him on the trip. In the midst of all the stress, something immensely devastating happened to my physical and mental health. I had to make some time away to heal, and I came back to report to Jason what happened to me. I was not in the right mind and caved in and we went to Japan. The flight tickets were covered by Jason, and I had to pay for my accommodation with some extra stipend, which was not enough. I didn't know whether to be grateful for this opportunity, even though I was not paid to be on the trip with him. The whole trip was awkward because I have never met Jason and his mom prior to this. I didn't even know how to interact, and I was not in the right mind because of the event that just happened to me weeks prior. I was walking shoulder the whole time in Japan, and it was extremely exhausting because my physical health was still crumbling. I don't know what this expectation was, but he seemed disappointed that I was not enjoying myself. His mom has no fault in this. She was a lovely lady. There were so many cases in which we lied to in order for them to get on our good side, or to reassure us about certain matters. Jason calls it a white lie. One of the examples is I've been told by season 2 talents that Jason told them that the amount that I earn per month. While I was the highest earning talent, my VTubing income did not come close to the amount he said. He told Azu that this because Azu was in debt and he needed to reassure that her and she would earn a good amount per month after debut. This really triggered my trauma, and as I grew up in an Asian household where my father used to brag and exaggerate about my accomplishments without my consent, creating really high expectations for performing in any environment. I was told by season 2 talents that Nuffy was not allowed to let her viewers know that she knows Tagalog because C is not attractive. That's a statement to take to the grave. C is not attractive. I will thank her engagement during her debut. This comment made me feel conflicted. C is not attractive. I am from Malaysia, and while I have personally chosen not to reveal my location and accent because I have low self-esteem about it and do not feel that my accent is attractive, Nuffy should be allowed to have the choice to reveal that she knows Tagalog. Tagalog is a beautiful language. I can also recall that I was present during the corpo espionage because we were discussing something regarding my project and Yuffie was not willing to a willing participant. This corpo espionage that's mentioned here is going to be mentioned later, as Jason actually told one of his talents to go into another VTuber agency in order to scout them out. Yes, he told to spy on a different corpo, just to go through their hiring process to find shit out. I was conflicted and found it distasteful. I did not know that she had proceeded and reached to the point of signing the NDA. Jason is obsessed with corporate tea, and his eagerness to report it whenever we have a meeting is something that I have expressed indifference for. I felt extremely disappointed by many things told by the season 2 talents on what was happening prior to their debut because Jason had promised me everything would be different during the audition phase. Jason was confident we were going to tower over Idol. Idol, that other agency, pretty popular as well. And he went on about how he's learned his lesson from the process in season 1 during the season 2 preparation phase. I eventually came to realize that the company was never ready during season 1's preparation phase, and we were just an experiment to them. The lenient contract did not compensate for the poor mismanagement that we went through. I was promised everything for season 2 would be different, and while things were more thorough and managed more carefully with project boards, the treatment and mismanagement they received, especially having favorites, was still evident and distasteful. Finally, I was paid but never on time. First breach of contract, I always had to chase my payments. They said payments is upon requests of the talents, which is not true according to the contract, even if it is. I could count on one hand the amount of times I was paid on time when requested. It was at least 3-4 days later. We were also never paid for our merch. We do not have a merch cut clause in our season 1 contract, and our contract was never renewed. For leaving, I tried asking Muse IP, in which Jason blew up on me for asking in this vulnerable time. saying that I don't deserve Muse AP because I've done nothing to attain it. Despite everything I've done for the company and out of talent's obligation being treated kindly upon. I am grateful for the lesson I've learned over the 2+ years I've been in the company. I am incredibly lucky to have a tight but loyal, extremely supportive community. I wish to completely disassociate from AkioAIR and venture out without looking back. There were many good moments in this company, but the bad memories and experiences easily overshadowed good ones. And then, after this, there was also this stuff on Twitter, in which she added more. I'd like to state that all of the Season 1 girls have always known me to be the one who'd stand by Jason no matter what. I've said that I will always be neutral, and now he says that I've thrown him away like trash. I've broken my trust a long time ago. I'm sorry. It's also not the first time all the talents have wanted to leave. It happened multiple times and it was meant to happen. After all of this, you cannot possibly say that we have taken advantage of your kindness, so now we can only deal with iron fists and made the best win. I have always stood by you and you have always wanted more from me. And then one of my chat members right now responded to this. Holy cow, to be perfectly clear, are you confirming the rumor that Yuffie applied to be talent at Idol under Jason's discretion and got to the point that she received documents and assets under NDA that she passed on to Jason? I was in voice call with Jason and Yuffie when the application happened. I don't know what happened after that, but the company she was applying for has come out to state that she has come to that point. And finally, we have arrived at the furthest point in the timeline, bearing streams by drama tubers, like False ID. But there's one more thing to add here. Hold up, let me get it. Just a moment. During one of the streams, one of the latest streams that False ID did on the whole AkioAIR situation, where more leaks of conversations were shown, a piece of chat on Discord was shown where they talk about a lolly model VTuber, and that particular lolly model VTuber was not kosher enough for AkioAIR, and it was pretty much abandoned. And one of the people mentioned during that Discord leak later, when the video was posted by False ID, came out and said it was her. Her name is Hoshino Nanae, and she had this to say: "Oh, that lolly dragon is me. It's not that I didn't make it in the first generation. I quit it because the things were very weird behind the scenes, but they told me not to say anything. The agency." Then she was asked, "Were you in AkioAIR?" "Nah, I refused cause things were too weird in the first generation auditions. Jason asked me only thing I was that he wanted me to get rid of my accent. Plus he didn't want me to stay a lolly. Another reason I didn't stay." And there you have it. We are at the furthest timeline of this whole nonsense. But this is not the end. This is kind of just the beginning. But I need to take a sip because I've been talking for over 2 hours. Luckily, I think most of the stuff that we have to go through still is gonna go a bit faster. There's still some of Nofi's history to go through. There's the stuff with Mysteria Life, which is briefer than that. And there's still the Our All Alive VR stuff, which is kind of a footnote in this whole thing. But again, I need my drink, otherwise my throat is gonna turn into a desert. But let me get the Nofi stuff up. I'm not gonna make any intermissions because I value my time and you guys' time. So hold up. Next we have Nofi stuff. This is gonna get much quicker. This is pretty much how people found out stuff about Nofi. This is something already read through. This is that legendary notice where Nofi was revealed to be a minor. This is AkioAIR's response to this, because this is something I haven't read yet. When this announcement was made, good, but it's just curiosity. Is it legal to have a minor as a VTuber talent? Depending on the age of said talent and the local laws where the talent resides, with parental consent, usually it is. In this case, we've made sure that Nofi fits in the criteria required by law and therefore is. Nick, legal. Even though, if you remember what Jason said, you know, a legal person in Taiwan would be 20 years of age. Don't know about their hiring ages, but Jason mentioned that in Taiwan that will have to be 20. From what age they can hire people to a VTuber agency, I do not know. This is once again Nofi's kind of pre-debut promo from August 23rd with the bang your mom thing. This is AkioAIR's previous recruitment guidelines. Here you can see what they required, and the most important bit from this whole thing is that they required people to be 18 or older. Here, required, speaks fluent English. Legal age, you must be at least the legal age defined by your country, mostly 18 years old. Before the audition ends, currently we do not accept applicants under 18 years old, which again turned out to be a lie, because they did. Commitment to streaming. Then there's Nofi showing off her legs, because again, I know if she did this on her own volition, or if Jason told her to do that, who the hell knows. And, you know, on September 5th, stop being horny, like not safe for work jokes, using a minor. So that's Nofi. And then moving on a bit into Nofi's history, about how she went through multiple agencies with their own damn freaking problems. Let me get that up. Nofi's past stuff. And do remember, this is gonna be revealing stuff about her from her previous identities. And how people figured all of this out. Nofi's age and past lives. Nofi's past life origins date back as early as January 4th, 2022, when she made her first post as talent Valera Kitsu under the talent agency Mysteria Live during a model reveal. February 2nd, 2022, a Google Doc was released by Valera Kitsu and other talent under Mysteria Live. Here it is, that tweet with the doc. Regarding Mysteria Live's second generation, content warning, allusions to predatory behavior. And here it is. This one gets even more bizarre, as we're talking about Mysteria Live this time around. So you think Jason and his whole AkioAIR was bad, but this is equally as bad, and some would say even worse. Points about Valera Kitsu directly from the Google Doc. Shell, or Nientails, the CEO of Mysteria Live, has a history of predatory behavior that involves children. He hired multiple minors to act out sexualized roles. One of those minors, 14 when she auditions, currently 15, was hired to be his daughter, while the other was chosen to be his daughter's friend, age 17. He forced his daughter into erotic roleplay, incorporating her into his self-insert role. But stop acting all cute with my daughter. Do you want to die? What, not be the same type of Asian, but can still disown you, Valera? Gibberish. Hashtag Asian parents. The character of Valeria Kitsu is played by a minor. Shell said that Valeria Kitsu's actor was not allowed to tell anyone, including her genmates, or he would fire her because he doesn't want people to think, what is Mysteria Life doing hiring people this young? She was told until after Mysteria Life's New Year's party that Valeria Kitsu was supposed to be Shell and Velti's darling daughter from the future when they are married. Another extension of the self-insert and downright creepy lore he had made for Generation 2. I was told to be basically misled everyone by trying to act older than I am. When talking to staff, say professors instead of teachers, etc. I felt so wrong considering the fan base consisted mostly of adults who most likely would feel uncomfortable. Have acted differently had they known that I was a minor. I would understand wanting the fans to be kept in the dark about my personal information. But it was odd that even my genmates were allowed to know, given that some of them were casted to play more mature roles. Shell of Ninetales, the CEO of Mystery Life, has a history of predatory behavior, which I already read this part. He pursued a romantic relationship with his then 17-year-old employee and appointed himself as manager. I always wanted a loli. Shell admitted Mysteria Life by his views. Shell thinks there is nothing wrong with dating his talent despite the clear power imbalance. For these last two, Shell admitting Mysteria Life by his views, and Shell thinks there is nothing wrong with dating his talents. There's two videos, so let me bring those up. They're really short videos, but I think they're important to watch in this particular case. Just a moment. Mysteria Life. Here's Shell admitting to buying views. Let me get the music silent for a moment as you listen to this.
I want to ask a question because no one seems to be asking. With the whole nepotism thing, you say they work for it, right? Obviously. Then I have to ask, I looked at their social blade lately, and let me take a screenshot quickly. If I look at weekly subscribers for Velty Darling, it seems like she bought, sorry, I don't know who bought this, but this seems like a view bot, 419 subscribers in 1 week compared to whatever it was, 80, 20, 17. Same with video views, she got 10,000 views a day. Is this not nepotism? Hari didn't get this, Ari didn't get this, Lil didn't get this.
Well, I can't comment on this. This is the strategy that would be employed for each VTuber, and each VTuber has a manager who may make requests.
So the fact that this was a strategy implies that you did this. Isn't this against YouTube TOS?
No, I'm not saying that we did this. I'm saying that regardless of the strategy that...
How do you explain the video view and the subscriber gain count then? You can look on the social blade.
Regardless if I knew how to answer it, I wouldn't have the complete knowledge on answering that.
Why? You're the boss. Doesn't everything go under you?
Well, I don't know. I will pay someone
Shell, talk to me.
Service.
Be honest, dude. Come on, you bought views. It's obvious.
Okay. Well, that is not what we're here to discuss. I don't know how.
I think it's very important.
It's part of the problem here.
We're here to discuss a lot of things that happened and led up to Gen 2 leaving.
I'm not trying to personally attack you, Shell. You're my friend, okay? I've known you for a year. But all of this is coming together to make something very fucked up. And I don't like where this is going.
Okay.
And views are part of that.
You've answered it. And I have the right to decline whether I want.
And another one, in which he thinks there's nothing wrong with dating an employee. Never mind nepotism and, potential grooming of a minor that's involved.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Not about nepotism. Isn't dating one of your talents already a bit weird? I'm not saying you are, but in this case, in this hypothetical, it's not about nepotism. Isn't it already
As I've told you, we're all friends with my Generation 1.
And you're saying there's nothing wrong with dating them?
No.
Okay.
There isn't. Why would, if you're friends with someone in...
Yep, that's how they are. That's how they were at Mysteria Life. So, there's worse things or equally bad things going on in other VTuber agencies. But moving on to Valeria Kitsu, which is Nofi. The character of Valeria Kitsu is played by a minor. She said that the Valeria Kitsu actor was not allowed to tell anyone, including her genmates, or he would fire her because he doesn't want people to think, what is Mysteria Life doing hiring people this young? She wasn't told until after Mysteria's New Year's party that Valeria Kitsu was supposed to be Shell and Velti's darling daughter for the future when they are married. Another extension of self-insert downlight creepy lore he had made for Generation 2. And the rest of the stuff I read about professors and teachers and all stuff like that. And here's Nyan Tails talking about wanting a lolly, and by lolly he actually means an actual child, not a fictional character. Why are you sending lollies? JK. I mean, you demanded, so I supplied. You went above and beyond my expectations. I always wanted a lolly. Auditions for Mysteria Life Second Generations, which Valeria Kitsu was in, opened on November 12, 2021. Valeria was 14 when she auditioned, then 15 when the doc was released, assuming her birthday is between mid-November to early January. 2022, 15, 2023, 16. She would be assumed to be 16 max, but of course there had been more claims she had lied about her age and her birthday. Cannot find the source, will add soon. She then came back as a new agency VTuber in August 2022 as Charlotte Kaneko under the agency Aurora Live VR, also known to be very sketchy black company. Lots of proof from these previous talents, which I'll be getting into. Here's more Aurora Live Twitch stuff regarding Charlotte Kaneko. Here's when Nofi was Charlotte Kaneko as Aurora Live on her YouTube account. More of that. Your mom jokes connecting it to what Nofi did later on. Old versus new. I was like she was looking at the walking garbage. Same jokes with her using the same one as Nofi. She then announced her graduations from Aurora Live VR December 7th, 2022. She then made her first debut, her first post under her new alias Zeno in October 2022, but didn't make her first tweet until December 7th, 2022, the same day she graduated. And here's Zeno VT's Twitch stuff. The way she talks, types is just like Valeria Kitsu and Charlotte Kaneko and most recently Nofi. Again, I'm presenting you this document to show you how people figured it out, that she's the same person and she's been going through agencies as an underage person for quite a while. And it reveals a whole deal of stuff about these agencies as a result. Here are thumbnails of very similar quality. It's very similar jokes. Here's AkioAIR. Here's Zeno retweeting AkioAIR stuff. Even more links to that. More retweets of AkioAIR stuff by Zeno, which again is Valeria Kitsu, Charlotte Kaneko, and Nofi. Here's the VT tweets that we read through, which were connecting things together. Here's Nofi joking about these games with Jason, which were later confirmed to be true. These forceful Overwatch games. Here's the thing about playing League with Jason. Here's a statement from VT about the auditions for AkioAIR. Here's more people talking about the auditions. I'm done with auditions, so I'll say this. I was in final auditions for that VTuber company that hired the minor, and since they put everyone together in the Discord, and say for a fact there was enough talented people in that hiring a minor instead is super fucking sus. Obviously not going to say who else was in there, but it was really, but it really was live slug reaction, seeing post yesterday. The other talents are really nice, but my view on the company / management has also completely soured. Here's more statements about Jason and AkioAIR on VT. I know her personally, and it's honestly so painfully watching her go through this because there was nothing I could do to help her. Her parents, from what I've heard, are abusive. Well, it went great for the first time, AkioAIR. Dude, she was literally hired to be this other VTuber agency CEO's daughter, and he apparently went on e-dates with her and involved her in multiple sexually charged conversations with him. She was 14 at the time, and the CEO was apparently in his 30s. But this is just acting, right? So it's okay. And then here's linking all other talents from AkioAIR together, which I already went through. And their socials, as well as linking Charlotte Kaneko to the other Valera Kitsu and Zinoo accounts. Here's someone trying to directly confront Jason on VT. Hi again, Jason. The biggest concerns are the grooming allegations and the fact that she had sexualized the minor on her Twitter account. She had already been sexually exploited by multiple other VTuber agency CEOs, which is just another big red flag. Your Twitter notice stating that she is a minor and not to be sexualized is just an invitation for people to do so. And the fact that she has also a Mara open, and from what I've seen her DMs are open to, just poses a whole other concern of her other people attempting to groom her, knowing her age and history for being exploited. She is known to have very abusive parents, so the parents' consent and understanding of her VTubing activities are not an excuse to allow this to happen. And the fact that these same parents have not done anything in the past shows that they are incapable of handling the responsibility of caring for their child's safety. Which is, again, still very weird to me because she's been hired by 3 VTuber agencies so far, and I do wonder if the parents actually knew about this. I mean, she did make her statement, but it kind of omitted talking too much about the parents' responsibility in all of this. Abusive parents go back to her, claiming her parents made her pay for her hospital bills and for letting her work for all these companies. She apparently just turned 15 when the staff went down and was hired at 14. The absolute oldest she could possibly be, the best case scenario is 16. Still, the fact that she was already groomed by older men multiple times before as a child and now is an agency that is 18 plus as a minor, working with the CEO that has had groom allegations made against him is fucking weird. Fucking Jason, exceptional fuck. Already 3 talents are nearing 24 hours of not tweeting. Just feel bad for everyone, including the child, because his exceptional ass couldn't keep quiet about the fact that he's a groomer. Fuck, what an exceptional person. Final thoughts. Her singing voice, the way she talks and types, the way she edits videos and memes, it all adds up. More info will be added to this thread as it comes. And this is pretty much how people found out who Nofi was and what tied her to these other companies. And then have more stuff. Just let me get it. Add files. We got through we went through the timeline. We went through the Mr. Real Life stuff. Now through the Aurora Live VR stuff, which also directly involves me to a degree, because I talked about them in a video. Here's Aurora Live VR in June 19th, 2023, announcing applications for their zombie VTuber, and they're looking for people to fill in the role for that talent. And then, not too long after that, this Twitter account called VTuber Auditions decides to be a whistleblower on their very shady hiring practices, and we're going to be reading through those right now. Attention, beware. I used to be a part of this company, but I left before contract agreements were fully confirmed / signed, and I can say that the management in this company was messy. Mind you, we're talking about Aurora Live VR right now. At the time, there were only one member who was the middle ground between us, the audition and past talents, and the company, management, artists, CEO, etc. And communication was practically impossible sometimes. This middle ground member was later terminated around 1 month after her debut due to controversy regarding her personal account in which she was scamming people. The company would also tell us talents vague information on what to do for our debut, and what you ask for further clarification detail. They would take days and even weeks to reply. They also wanted us to debut with Twitch accounts that were paid to already have followers, and where some of us raised our voice for concern, as I personally think that starting with accounts that already have a mass following was usually 1.54k follower pre-debut was unfair and unethical. It just told us it was part of our contract, which it was, and there was nothing we could do to change that. This led me and a few others leaving. They also don't seem to pay attention to their EN talents as much, with one of the main management apparently stating that their original Chinese / China branch is able to keep more of their earnings as they have been streaming for longer, 1 to 2 years. And that in our pre-debut EN members' current position would not only have to earn $100 to $200 per first 2 months of debut, amount varied, model type. They had rankings of models such as A, S, SSR, had an A-tier model, and I had to make $100 as a minor, which they were aware with, but we would have to give it all to the company, which in all fairness was equal since we had to pay back our models. But I wish the company would have given us a month or two, a bit of lenience, since we were just debuting, and because of that very lack of promotion, we got excluding the prepaid followers. We had very small community, and it would be hard for us to earn such money. Mind you, this is what the middleman member had told us, all of us, and it was written in the contract, and when we stated our concerns, it was ignored and never addressed. Could be due to miscommunication, but this went on for weeks. All I can say is, if you want a company that has amazing models but you don't mind earning a lot, VTubing as a hobby / side job, then audition. I just warned that the company's management is messy and the communication is pretty much impossible, so I wouldn't personally suggest going for them. And then Aurora Live VR replied to all of these using their own account, trying to defend themselves. It's sure they're losing talents due to disinformation and slander. To respect the talent does not want to be affected. The mosaic is to protect their personal information of the talent, because the dialogue is absolutely real. One day people will find out the truth. And then someone replied to them. This doesn't really refute what they said though. Can you show the contract verbiage that shows they are spreading lies and the contract says something different? For legal obligation and protect talent's privacy, we can't directly show the contract. We will welcome everyone who passed audition to read our contract carefully and guarantee the slur is lie. In fact, if the rumors are true, we would sign it in the first place. Doesn't make sense. And here's what they posted. Yo, there are people who left the company telling others not to audition. They are not posting on Twitter. They're telling people we are a black company. Here's them linking to some statements of other people talking mad shit about our live VR, which is again now deleted. Not sure what to do about others, but old virtual anchors of the company will talk badly about us even if we never debuted. It hurts the reputation of the other talents who are not to blame. Also, whoever wins the audition for Zombie Demon needs to be a really good person. Hughes used to use this model. One day she stopped replying to everyone and left without paying fees to the contract. This purple model was Piuski. Mao Ayuko was someone who never debuted. She changed her mind because her life got too busy and she asked to leave the contract without fee. She got to leave because she gave us her design. More linking to that stuff. She wanted Ichigo and we told her she has to audition to get Ichigo. Now she's taking badly. She never signed with us. Why is she talking badly? Thank you for telling us. We'll keep follow up to this. Once other hand, their influence are limited now. The best way to respond is to produce really good VTubers and events so that people can tell by themselves what a real life VR is. How amazing our talents are, and now we're working on this. So again, thank you for telling us. We'll be really careful and strict during the audition operation. And they responded some more. We appreciate your efforts to protect our talents. That's what we're doing too. But we take only one side of the story. The truth will be covered up. Just anyone who's been maligned by rumors, welcome to the auditions and form the Avengers with us. Very autistic way to verb this. But Lord Commander, again, just thank you for the 10. Jason Kuo is by decree of the High Lords of Terra, the Ordos Hereticus and Malleus, and the Prognosticaris of the Silver Skulls chapter officially deemed excommunicate traitores. I do love me some 40k as well. But thank you for the 10. And guess what later happened? More info came out about the auditions because Aurora Live VR decided to talk shit. And let's read through those. A little heads up. Aurora Live VR is shady as fuck. I was there, right in the middle of when the old EN management was breached and everyone got fired. EN talents then got the choice to leave or stay. Literally saying that the CN managers will care for them, but the English branch will effectively not have any managers anymore and you are pretty much on your own. That is why everyone left. I mean everyone except for 1-2 people. Seeing more people, 1-2, still leave now shows that the situation is still not stable enough for any talent. They also have their golden children. Those get promoted, the rest not so much. The communication during the time the EN branch was still alive was miserable. I cried myself to sleep one night. But as far as I know, the person got fired. At least that is what they told me back then. The fact that they now showed Pew's name so openly in the messages too is so shady. Protecting their talents but calling out their ex-talents like their Pews left during the same downfall of the EN branch, just like everyone else. I still have the document where they announced the EN branch suspension. And then Aurora Live VR responded directly to VA auditions. When you try to do something well, there will always be people full of malice who will try to thwart and discredit you. And I hope those who are going through the same situations will not be beaten down. Old friends may betray you, but the truth and justice will not betray you. Very Chunibyo way of responding to anything. And they posted it. It's so hard to respond to defamation. If the EN branch is disbanded, who are we're doing auditions and videos now? Ghosts? The EN branch now has not only video editors, agents, artists, but also added events planning team. And now new zombie videos will be uploaded the day after tomorrow. We expose people who are not signed and slander, but we do not expose any information about our talents. Since you are an old employee, then you know that EN branch went through a difficult time. At that time, our first consideration was the development of talents. So we explained the situation to everyone and gave them full freedom to decide whether to stay or go. Even the most difficult times, we put our talents first and always be honest. That document you mentioned was never made public because the EN branch survived a difficult period. Now we do not only increase personal and capital investment, but also have group meetings every week to confirm the new models, auditions, resort input for talents who stay with us. Thanks for stick with us. We love you. How desperate are they to defend themselves with pretty much believe in us, bro, sort of statements. Very unprofessional, mind you. This sense of unity makes all of the EN staff so look forward to dedicate to our talents. And with broken English on top of that. We know who you are since you have document never made public, but we are not going to expose you. Although we don't know why you hate Aurora so much. Maybe you never thought Ian would make it through and going better. The impossibility of sharing the benefits may drive you crazy, but we hope you can focus on your own life and make yourself better, just like we focus on our projects and our talents. And guess what happened to all of these tweets? Aurora VR deleted all of these tweets. They are gone. Completely gone. Because they made themselves look like jackoffs in these tweets. You won't find them these tweets anymore. But I did my due diligence and recorded all of that. And after seeing all of that, I made a video about this on YouTube. You can watch that later, but it's pretty much what I reiterated here in the stream. And then they did something personal with me. They DM'd me, believe me or not. Someone claiming to work for Aurora Live VR DM'd me, and they wrote this. I'm a Shin, ENCN JP. Hello, I am marketing representative from Aurora Live VR, and you can call me Ame regarding the video you previously made titled The Shady Practice of VTuber Agency Aurora Live VR. You have already dismissed the employee responsible for publishing that content, which you can see why those tweets were deleted. They got fired, and all related materials have been removed. The legal team reminds you that the content in the video still involves personal privacy and constitutes illegal dissemination. We seriously request that you refrain from further spreading the video. Would be extremely grateful if you could take it down. Thank you for your cooperation. Additionally, personally, after watching your videos, I would believe you are indeed a very talented creator. I would contest that. I think my videos are shit, but you know, you do you. Your content is concise and timely. That's right, at least. With a keen focus on current trends, and I really appreciate the touch of humor you bring to your videos. I don't have much of a sense of humor in my videos, but thank you anyway. It's fun to connect with you in this way, and from a personal standpoint, you're a creator I would love to collaborate with in the long term. Our talent, Mion, the zombie devil, will be debuting in mid-August, and I hope we can work together to create a video promoting and publicizing Mion, who is exceptionally shining talent. If you could share your business email with me, that would be wonderful. I would like to send you more information about Mion to discuss the collaboration details and fees. If you prefer the communication through DM, since I couldn't find your business email address on the profile, feel free to reply with your collaboration fee and let me know your preferences for the collaboration. Looking forward to your reply. And if you can guess, I didn't reply to any of that shit. And yeah, it's a very funny DM in which I am essentially threatened with legal action if I don't take the video down. But at the same time, they're trying to butter me up in order for me to help them promote their fucking talents. And of course, I didn't reply to any of this. I was just waiting for a good moment to reveal all of this. When it's apt, when it's more in line with everything else. And yeah, there you have it. They're not only trying to buy favors from drama tubers, but at the same time they also threaten them if they don't remove the content they're not happy with. If you couldn't figure it out yet, I'm not complying with anything they say. It's been a very long time, since July 29th, and they haven't contacted me since, and I doubt they will, because Aurora Live VR, I don't think they're doing much with Ian talents now. But if they are, you can keep this information and spread it around. Because if they do come back, they'll probably come back with some stupid shit, just like this one. Let me read that super chat real quick. Lord Commander Agentis, thank you for another 10. In fealty of the Lord Emperor of Mankind, our undying Lord, I hereby sign the death warrant of the entire agency. By Imperial Justice account in all balance, the Emperor protects. Hail the Emperor, buddy. Once again, thank you for the 10. And that's the history of Aurora Live VR. for right now. But we still have one more thing to go through before I end the stream. Probably the biggest part of this whole thing, and that's the Discord leaks that are happening in a gradual fashion from false IDs videos and stuff like that. So let's go through some of these. I haven't read most of this of those myself because again, not that much time. So a lot of this stuff is gonna be new for me. But I can imagine what it is based on what other people were saying. So let me get them. Oh yeah, we still have another thing. Before I get to those leaks, there's one more thing that I promised to read that's kind of big. Just let me get that up. Just a moment. There's this Twitter account called Venwen that is the self-proclaimed artist or investor, or maybe both of these, that has been tweeting in Chinese as this whole AkioAIR drama was going on. And reading through all of this in the timeline is really rather hilarious because they're essentially molding about what's going on with the agency. And this is who they are. They're Venwen. TW_Venwen on Twitter. And this is what their description says. Again, all of this is machine translated from Chinese, so take a lot of this with a grain of salt on the accuracy of the translation. But to me, at least, not knowing any Chinese, this seems kind of, I don't know, well put together for a machine translation. But either way, I'm gonna read through some of these. I found out that it's just a team of programmers who are running AkioAIR without any response or threat. I've been very negative recently. I occasionally touch Live 2D and 3D modeling. I find it very interesting. I also perform photosynthesis in the fields and mess around with flowers. Hold up. Lord Commander, again, just thank you for the $2. Venom is CCP plant confirmed. Probably is. The teams have been assigned and the battle has just begun. It'll not end. September 25th. If I can also want to be a good person, but if I got beyond the limit and forced me to be a bad person in your life, then I will not show mercy. Because you have become a bad person in my eyes, especially if you keep making and breaking promises. The initial begging for mercy and compromise not only make people feel disgusting. And this is very likely in relation to what the AkioAIR talents have been doing in order to escape their contracts and get out of the company. This is my speculation, mind you, but I think, considering everything this account talks about, this is very likely relating to their pleas of wanting to leave the company. And this guy is essentially acting like an anime villain, as he talks about it. September 26th. The company's legal department pursued liability. How could the company do this? The mental stress caused has affected my health. This is destroying my future. Yes, you were under a lot of pressure. The company invested millions in the 3 seasons to create models, original songs, and commercial animations. Almost all of them were completed and delivered. On the eve of your debut, you ended up tearing up the contract and leaving immediately, not wanting to take any responsibility on the company. Isn't it right that no one is stressed? What kind of joke are you talking about? September 26th again. I feel very sad because my hard work has been frozen overnight and I cannot be used, but it's very hard to make major changes and cut out many places. But I still keep working on it. I will not be defeated by all these troubles. I will complain about a lot of stupid things recently. September 27th. I was fully expecting that so much high quality content would definitely amaze the audience, but all the hard work was just thrown away. September 28th. Without social media experience, we have to let the law teach us a lesson and learn what it means to be responsible. September 28th again. It has been 2 weeks since the debut was originally scheduled for the 15th, and the damage caused by the delay been caused, and most of the completed content is unavailable. A warning notice was issued. Compensation options were given. The company did everything it could to do its best. The responses received were evasive and ignored, excuses and not responding positively. Okay, they all say that they cannot debut because of their physical and mental health, and then they go back to their previous lives and be very active. We will still support the artists who were abandoned and left behind to debut, and will work together to produce better results to prove it. So essentially, they're hounding their talents. So all of that amicable stuff that Jason was mentioning in that reply to Athena Nightingale, this is all bullshit. As even the AkioAIR investor / artist is pretty much saying that they're hounding them. September 29th. The company is clearly looked down upon. It doesn't matter if you throw away all your hard work after causing trouble. All the responsibilities should be handled by legal department. I said that the operations department will not give up. Even if most of the content is unavailable, we'll still support artists and achieve results, proving that even if we are hurt, we can still do better. The data will prove we're not kidding. And here's them showing interest in AkioAIR. Lord Commander Agentis, thank you for the another 2. If it keeps up, I'ma put Stangsel in their toaster. We should all put Stangsel in their toaster. And then here's them retweeting AkioAIR stuff. Debut delay announcement. September 30th. I'm so angry that I'm going crazy. It is right to slander me so directly now? The legal department is very active. They didn't have you in the first place, but they are still working together to cause trouble. The waves are surging and they dare to go directly into the water for surfing operations. They can't protect you. You can take care of yourself. Again, anime villain talk. September 30th again. Complaints are complaints. My business still has to be done. The distribution waiting room is closed. As my debut approaches, I have the opportunity to challenge 10,000 subscriptions. Please support me. Here's them posting the debuts for AkioAIR stuff. More of it. The retweets as well. Retweeting Nuffy stuff. More retweets of AkioAIR stuff. Then we get to October 1st. Why is it difficult for VTuber to develop in a harsh corporate environment? There's a simple reason. There are too many people who do not respect the spirit of the contract. The spirit of the contract. I love that. I love that phrase. And it's gonna be repeated a few times throughout these tweets. And a large number of people who encourage people not to abide by the contract. Anyway, it is not V who loses money. Anyway, it's not the audience who is responsible. It is enough to capture the fans and his public opinion to overwhelm the company. The contract is broken. Just destroy it and you are not responsible for the losses. The company should give all the resources to the artists for free. This is why few serious companies want to do it seriously. Again, October 1st. This is a business. The company's investment in the contract provides everything VTuber needs. The artist uses the live broadcast content to buy the agency's commission service. It is straightforward. You buy my service, I buy your live broadcast. I buy the products in the debut stage. Everything has been delivered. If you don't pay for the live broadcast and still attract fans to support this act, just treat it as a company doing charity. As an investor, I care about the money I invest. See you in court. What an asshole. More October 1 sieving and spreading out. A bunch of crazy people are just arguing about minors. The company legally signed a contract with the 70-year-old artist. There's no reason why she can't purchase our services and become a VTuber. The client herself was being attacked by a bunch of lunatics, but she still performed the contract. Well, it did not violate the contract. She did not make any mistakes. Why should the company freeze her and stop her debut to punish her? On the contrary, there are people who cut, exclude, and abandon them, and slice the dissatisfaction, now backstab, distort, and smear things. Who is an immature minor? October 1st again. Giving full benefits but low requirements. Every aspect of the contract is considered for the artist. This kind of contract that wants to be a good person will no longer exist. No one will abide by it and just want more, and it will be distorted to mean that the company is exploiting the party. What do you want to argue about? Let you argue. The company has stopped operations upon to negotiation. No one wants to talk to the company anyway. They just want to rely on public opinion and leave it to the law to claim damages. Especially since I am an investor. The company has the responsibility to recover my money. Money! Really, really mad about them losing those opportunities to earn a quick buck on AkioAIR. The contract clearly stipulated the estimated cost that the company would pay and listed the compensation that would be required in the event of breach of contract. However, no one wanted to face the previous negotiations. They treated the company as threatening and avoiding conversations, so the company had no choice but to submit to arbitration to deal with. And this is October 2nd. Replying to people essentially asking them, what the fuck are they doing? In Chinese. What the fuck are you doing in Chinese? My heart is tired. There is only anger and despair. There should be no conscience in this market. Since everyone is black, then we must be a black-hearted company. The VTuber plan department is fully supported by the company is a joke. I will file a motion to kill this idiot. The department will be abolished, and this is a money-losing thing. Everything will be handled by the legal department. It will be done as it should be without any second thoughts. And there is no need to talk about emotions. The legal department is such a suitable role. I wonder if by killing this idiot, he means killing Jason because he's stupid. Or if this is just a really bad translation. He's gonna kill This is like watching like the script to like a Disney movie where a villain is having like a speech. It's so funny. October 3rd. Anyway, the company is already in trouble. It doesn't mind being an unscrupulous company that only talks through contracts. How can it establish any kind of friendship with the talents or care about the opinions or physical mental status of the talents when VTuber can hardly have live broadcasts or short videos for more than half a year? The company is trying every means. The help provided was treated as if there was no contract, and now even the talent contract with 70% of the income was treated as a joke. I was curious where the company made the money to exploit it. And here's them here's a few leaks with Jason talking to Effie and someone confronting Ven with it in Chinese. You describe yourself as a conscientious company that has been smeared, but using work that has nothing to do with you to threaten them is not something a conscientious company would do. Suggested translation. Jason Case said that this is not familiar with the American medical system, but believes that the live broadcaster's resistance to the company can be regarded as gross negligence. If the hospital were to live broadcast their works curious about this, I don't know what will happen. And Ven responds with, or let me lead the leak first, where Jason was talking to Effie more. This is from one of the False IDs streams, by the way. I'm sorry about that. Please note that this is not an official notice for me leaving Akio. One more thing, I don't really know the US healthcare system, and I don't know if this applies, but I feel to warn you about the potential problem that would cause that I spotted. Gross negligence is used in a lot of medical-related trials and lawsuits, and it's probably the last thing a hospital wants to hear in a normal circumstances. A record regarding a civil lawsuit involved with gross negligence is probably not going to look good for a hospital. The medical professional can cause gross negligence and other contractual stuff. What is this to say that you won't do it elsewhere? Again, I don't know if any US healthcare system would have cared, but I'm just letting you know because I'm more well versed on the legal side of things. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Please don't know it's an official notice from leaving AkioAIR. Okay, revert the announcement. Remove it. And then Venman responds to all of this with, The complete conversation situation is Jason is the head of the operations department. He hopes that she will terminate the contract by consensus according to the previously discussed plan. So as to avoid causing more damage and causing the company's legal department to initiate legal claims against her. After discussing this, it may also have other consequences for her life. Possible situation, I hope she can think more before taking action. Taking the words out of context makes the company a threat. I can only say that these legal matters have been recorded as one of the evidences. And here's Afi regarding as talking about her experience with AkioAIR. And of course, people already picked up on it and said this in Chinese. Recently, a lot of things have happened to a VTuber company in English V-Circle. But since I haven't come across much in the Chinese V-Circle, I wanted to come up and give you some protection against this company. Talking about AkioAIR, that is. And Ven responds with this in Chinese. Don't worry, there has been a proposal to eliminate this department. From the supervisor's position, I watched the operations reminding them countless times of policies and practices. Business notifications and offers of help. What I received was repeated indifference and endless requests from the artists. They even forcefully required the company to cut off everything and abandon responsibilities after implementing the decision. Fans are fans of artists anyway, and all the mistakes should be blamed on the company. Loose treatment conditions will result in unrestrained giving and taking. And lastly, on October 5th, when I had this to say, this contract is a service business transaction. It is not just about trust. Marriage and divorce can be fought over with arguments. Don't forget that all messages are two-way. Although I do not intervene, I can see all the contents from the supervisory position, and collectively, the relevant information about the plan has been obtained recently. The company is not stupid. Talking casually to the outside world will affect the contract arbitration situation. As the old saying goes, leave it to the law and respect the spirit of the contract. Respect the spirit of the contract and kill this idiot running AkioAIR, which I assume that what was relating to. But who knows? Someone who knows Chinese maybe gets a better rundown of this. But again, this all is a lot of molding about the recent AkioAIR situation. And there has been one more thing about Nofi, which was more minor, but Twitter freaks responded to this as well. There was this one situation where Nofi essentially made a slavery joke, and Twitter fuckers lost their minds over it. Let me just give you an example of what that looked like, and then we can finally get to those false eye leaks. What do I call you guys? You can call me yours. Like slavery? I will admit I haven't thought of adopting that practice, but I just might. I just might, now that you mention it. These adults harassing minors is a classic. More please, I'm never tired of these clowns. Are you defending a racist child? And, people essentially started to harass her. Log off. Not a great start. You read this before commenting this, correct? Dog, what am I reading right now? Dude, this is just non-defensible. You really didn't think that one through. You should probably take responsibility for this and apologize. This comment ain't okay. And so on and so forth. Everyone right now, but still please seek help now if you're going to be way too vulnerable at this rate. How about a nice big cup of shut the fuck up while trying to be nice to her at the same time. Alright guys, I'm 100% with you that minors shouldn't be in VTuber space for their own safety, but let's keep the dogpiling the company, not the talent. But probably not the best take, you are harassing a child. Let's be honest, none of us were based back then. One reasonable tweet. Heads up since you follow this person. Not like that. This is going south real quick. Toledo ain't gonna like this one. What the fuck? And blocked. And I made a video about all of this, and essentially they all molding about Nofi and saying that she can make slavery jokes because that's racist. You can read through all of this later on your own. And guess what? A lot of the people that decided to dogpile her over it have been featured on my account, sometimes multiple times, because they harassed other people. But yeah, you can later go back to this stream or to my video to take a look at some of these tweets because they are brain dead. They see slavery joke and immediately black people spring to their minds. Clearly you cannot say that when you're just a child. And they're mouthing her about buying alcohol as well. But yeah, this is everything apart from the leaks. Let me get the leaks up. The leaks have been compiled by a fellow VTuber by the name of Lumi Angler, and she made a document about it, which we're gonna be reading through. So let me just get that up. But before I do that, let me have a small intermission because I need to take a leak and I need to get another drink. So you guys can have an intermission video for like a minute or two, and I'll be right back because I've been talking for 3+ hours already. I'll be right back.
a problem.
Not about
And if it was a
nepotism.
problem,
Isn't dating one of your talents already a bit weird? I'm not saying you are, but
Alright. Video autoplayed. Let me get the music back up and then we can read some of these leaks. Those that are actually visible. The problem with these false ID Discord talks among AkioAIR talents and Jason is that a lot of them are blurry, and False didn't release these documents, which he at that point should have, instead of just sitting on them. Because all of that is already out in public anyway, so having all of it out to get the full story straight would just help quite a bit. So let me scroll up to the beginning of all of this nonsense. Once again, all of this is compiled by another VTuber in a PowerPoint, and her name is LumiAngler. He also does drama-related content, so you can go and follow her. I'll link you this document anyway in the chat so you can have it for yourselves. But let me put it in a way that doesn't get in the chat. So hold up, because it's a bit too big. And again, if some things aren't visible correctly, it's because they're blurry to begin with, and I will have to zoom in anyway. And some parts are too blurry to even discern, even if you zoom in as much as you can. Okay, this should be good enough. Does it scroll properly? Yeah, it does. So hold up, let me link you the document too, so you can read it on your own when you want to. Hold on. Okay, there it is. And you can read it along or read it whenever you want on your own. Let me get that up. See if it appears correctly again. Scroll as well. Okay, we good. Get the chat out of the way too. Alright. Part 1. Vix E. Gray's document. The first document was provided by the talent behind Vix. Thank you, False, for removing your chat halfway through and saved me the time censoring your viewers' names. Also, Jason is creepy. What the fuck? See, these are already kind of freaking small, and even I am having trouble reading them as I try to zoom in. This one we already read on number 1. Number 2 we didn't read, so let me try to read it somehow. We recommend you, this is Jason talking as William the Jeff. We recommend you to reach out to an actual lawyer and consult for legal advices, where you dig yourself deeper into your hole as you breach more and more contract terms. Fine, I'll stay. I'll agree to staying, but I'm no longer willing to communicate to Jason. I will only communicate to you and Yuffie. I'll agree to whatever is in order to stay behind. I'll be taking an immediate health break upon debuting. Also, like confirmation, I can remain active on my other social medias and content platforms, not as a VTuber. I can't promise anything, but I'll try to negotiate. Because I think they mentioned they will be putting up more strict rules on the talents who wanted to terminate the contract or something, even if they decide to return. Like, they won't just let you not stream forever. I actively mentioned being sick. I can't realistically stream right now whilst I'm so bad, or the stream will just lazy Animal Crossing weed picking, which guaranteed Jason doesn't want. Yeah, I know, they want a doctor Do you have a doctor's note or something? Not currently. I could take a week together, just quicker. I could kill myself. You won't force any collabs, and it's Talon's decision not to interact at all. Jason said I still have to do group collabs with her. I think that is what we think now. Even groups collabs won't be forced. Thank you. I don't feel comfortable with interacting with my content. I was the same with the past interaction with minors. I cut contact. I do not feel my content is suitable. Also, I'm 23. It's a bit weird being around a 16-year-old unless it's family. No, it's fine. It's planned to be delayed for now. I mean, we have a lot of things to reorganize. Not everyone has replied yet either. Again, a lot of these are disorganized. You have to bear with me, and they jump from issue to issue, so you will have to follow this as well as I do, which is not a lot. But based on the stuff we covered in this stream, you should have a little, at least a little bit of the context what they're talking about. Hey Vix, Chiro is still at work right now, so I'll be taking over the conversation. He said, I hope you won't mind that. I didn't notice that. Sorry. It's okay. That's fine. I don't want to talk with Jason now onwards. Okay, now you're not mentally well to be able to debut on schedule. I'd like to let you know that debut will be postponed at least 2 more weeks. It'll have to be Sunday for me then, as I cannot get more time off work. This will be fine, and more details can be discussed to comply to your work schedule and any other needs. We want you to be able to perform your best, even though it's been a rough week for everyone. We'll be able to get through this together, Chiro, and I will not be leaving. It's been a rough few weeks mentally, especially since everyone hates us now. Makes the debut seem as a bit pointless, but yes, thank you. Referring to, you know, these announcements about Nofi's minor status, which weren't taken very kindly. If you feel like it's best if you don't get on Twitter yourself, we can take over too for the sake of your mental health, including posting any promotional videos or images. At the end of the day, company is still company. There are obligations that we can fulfill regardless of the others think of us. I've told you this before and I can repeat it many times, but you're a very charming person, and that's why you're here. It's hard to debut already with all the pre-debut stress on top of the current situation. But those who love you will stay with you despite of any controversies. It's also the reason why company is willing to play the black face and just tank all the attacks. Context about the blackface thing is a Chinese saying, meaning to be a bad guy. It's from a Chinese opera. Oh, the Chinese, they usually hate black faces. Okay, I thought I don't understand why you were asked about Nofi being put on hold. Not if they're not gonna account it. I mean, it's not against Nofi, but I do not feel comfortable working with her. I used to make porn. I am very explicit at times. I don't want to be picked up and spun through the wrong way because she's still technically a child. We won't force any collab, and it's Talon's decision not to interact at all. Oh, you read this one already, I think. We won't force any collabs, and it's Talon's decision not to interact at all. Jason said we still have to do group collabs with her. I think that is what we think now. Even group collabs won't be forced. Yeah, okay, I read this one already, with her being 23 and Nofi being 16. Yeah, we read that already. Number 13. Hey, look, not on you. Don't worry, I know where my anger is pointing. Yeah, I get it, it's fine. It's also like to mention that, like the company has stated, there will be an additional terms added if you decide to stay with us. However, that part is still under discussion. That Hachiyama avatar that Sone has is a bit unnerving. I don't want to see a Hachiyama avatar in anything related to AkioAIR. Get that stuff off. That is fine again. I don't really get a choice, so also please don't tell anyone else, but because you're being willing more to talk to us, the punishment will be lighter. I kinda have to say, yep, all Gucci. Just letting you know, everyone will have different terms. Nofi wanting I love League to be her debut quote. How about would it be if I just kept I love League? Yippee. LOL, I mean, I kind of want you to keep it, LOL. I outed myself as a showerless incel from the get-go. Go, keep it. I don't know if William the Jeff will allow it. It's okay, he doesn't have to know. Look, it's funny. Femcel, my beloved. Yeah, it is funny. I can imagine the comments be like, oh no. No League though. Jason responds, oh my god, no League. No. I'm sad Jason won't let you use I love League. Same. F. You can say, I'm trying to think something more serious, but nothing coming to mind. GG, easy. Bang your mom. LMAO. William the Jeff? I'm trying to think of something more serious. I think we don't want serious, though. Bang your mom. Mom, sure. Okay. You allow that, but not League? I know, right? Well, I don't want people to think your content will be filled with League stuff, but banging your moms? Go for it. Mind you, Minor talking about banging moms, and then promoting Nofi as her banging moms. Marinated in gamer juice. Yeah, that's not appropriate. Again, you're talking about promotional material for a minor. What would gamer juice be in this case? If not some weird sex joke, unless it's Monster Energy or whatever. Jason wanting to play Overwatch with his two favorites, Nofi and Azuri. It's time to burn the house down. Dang, Azure, look fine tonight. Wanna play some Overwatch with Fat Cow? WTF, I speak the language she understands, alright? I don't speak Dolphin that well. I will terminate my life subscription. Your free trial has not yet expired. You know what? I accept Val as a payment. Valorant? Is that what we're talking about? Jason asking for Overwatch constantly. Overwatch? Jason is playing Overwatch instead of paying attention to Mew. Looks like a blend mercy from Overwatch to who wants to play the Overwatch. Hey, wanna Overwatch? Overwatch? I spent all my money on Overwatch. You have an Overwatch problem. Dang, Azur, you look fine tonight. Wanna play some Overwatch with Fat Cow? Where's my Overwatch? We can play Overwatch though. WTF, get on Overwatch. Overwatch? Okay, so you wanna play Overwatch? Why are you playing Overwatch in 2023? Is your taste that bad in video games, Jason? On top of being a weird abuser gorilla thing? Jason posting that Vixie was on Overwatch. Okay, all join Overwatch. Let's see how we all perform, eh? God damn it. No, okay, but your game awareness is in Overwatch kinda... I log in for 1 second, this man immediately invites me to a group. Jason will always try to get in on our girl talks and would commonly say we are assuming his gender. What's happening here? Girl talk, Jason. Yeah, go back, girls only. How dare you assume my gender? Oh my god, my flow was so heavy this month. How about you, bestie? Up. Yours or monthly? Why are you talking about periods? Jason actually a girl. Let her join the ghosts before she graduates us. Oh my god, my flow was so heavy this month. What about you, bestie? Stop talking about periods with minors. Jason creeping out Azuri and Nofi. He really liked them a lot. He would hang out with them constantly, which led to these reactions from the girls. Yeah, don't talk about periods with minors present, please. This guy is telling me not to be in a relationship. Like, what? What? LMAO? Nah. What? That's like a big no. I can't. It's kind of off-putting. Jason is trying not to get involved with Talon's personal life's impossible challenge. It was so fucking uncomfortable, like I don't even want to be here anymore. I told him not to talk about this with anyone else because it's not his place. And he said in the first one he talked to about this, so like, don't go to calls alone with him, just don't. Jesus, man. Due to a list issues with AkioAIR having to work with a 16-year-old, Effie failing to get paid and also informing us about how things have always been this way, 5 of us decided to work together, Jason not paying an artist as well. Jason kept forgetting to pay your life to the mama the final dollar, which is why you only get the files now. LOL. And if you read the chat logs, I remind him 5 times plus already and another 3 times in the management chat. Don't worry, Yuffie, we're in this together. Thank you for doing so much. You and Chiru are our lifesavers, for real. Jason enjoyed talking drama about other companies, as well as even going as far as having his Vispire talents LARP as Faith's Connect talents and staff. I have some speculations about Idol. Question mark. I don't want to have text records. Join VC and I will tell. But one sec, eating. Jason LARPing as Sakana. What the fuck? I mean, Sakana is a weirdo, but Jason is a different type of weirdo. Jesus. Jason begging Clippers who did work for FaZe in the past for insider info. Jason, you should give 1 year of Nitro to all of us that we say we can post files larger than 250 megabytes. Here and it's easier to run drafts. He's unironically right. I know, right? Give us what you know about FaZe and I'll consider. Bro, I'm under NDA and I can't post memes like this, like I do with FaZe. Shh. No free Nitro then, or maybe call me maybe? Creepy shit from Jason. Gen Q, can I leave please? I feel like I'm being bullied. Too bad you don't have full body underneath the clothes. Thank God Jason can't perv on me. Baron Square to Overwatch rounds. What the fuck? I'ma just leave until you share my PSD with me, because I'll be for you. I ain't taking this blue ballsing shit and I'm being expected to sit nicely and patiently, then the others got theirs straight up. No, I won't share the link, go look on 4chan. Yeah, this link has been visible before in the stream. I forgot what was in it. But guys can go look it up later. End of Vix's document. Next we go to Effie's. No, I don't have all the pages because False leaves out a lot, which he shouldn't. We read this Effie document before already. And this is where it becomes very blurry and I'll have issues reading this. It's not all about the financials though. We are too deep into this to not spend more and over budget and a bit to get things done correctly. So yes, I can agree to delay further, and even if it means we need to spend more. Even when everyone has agreed on delayed the debut, I'm deeply sorry for what the mistakes we have done. Wrongfully estimating when we are complete our life to the best in our experience that this solo debut has been the worst decision we have done this batch. I have to admit, even if we have done some indie debuts projects before, this is our first time trying to debut as a group. From my understanding, there are talents that are not really happy with all that we have done. Delaying the debut would have only hardened this image in their mind, and that's why I'm trying to squeeze all the workflow and try to make as much as we could do, even if it agreed that the delay to let us be more prepared is a better option for the company as a whole. But that's not necessarily a good thing, but the talents themselves, it's a mental distress for them to see delay after delay, and it's just not healthy for a long-term relationship between company and talent. Jason, they are all fine with delaying, you know. They are not in mental distress. You get it all wrong. Pen especially. I'm not mad or unhappy. They want this not just for ourselves, but for the good of the company. We're thinking about everyone. We are not that selfish. We all want to be successful. That's why we are working hard, and so are you. So let me say this: we all are in agreement with this. Just read what Fen wrote in the group Discord. Delaying like this further only makes us more incompetent on the surface. And this is what we are as management fear the most: the distrust between talents and management. I fear the delaying would only worsen the situation, and waiting for debut more or less would have psychological effects on people, as others in the industry have warned us. I already felt really bad that I had to postpone once. I mean, at this point, you know, the minor thing is already unforgivable to a lot of people, so at this point their reputation could only improve if they tried to change things and, you know, actually release Nofi from the contract and stuff like that, actually show signs that they want to improve. But no, they doubled down, and then these statements from talents happened and leaks happened on top of it. But yeah, let me read this further. Why are you worried about something that may not be true? How will you know unless you ask? We have no distrust between you guys. Delaying won't make them worse. In fact, we would be thankful. Just like Fan says, not all people are willing to share their emotions and personal concerns with me. Yes, but they are with me. That's why I'm messaging you, because I have been going back and forth all night. Fan frightened me the first time when she says she'll leave if we delayed. Can you please read what she wrote on the group Discord? I've seen it. Okay, she isn't mad at you. We are glad you brought us all together. I'm just frightened that things have not been smoothly recently, especially with Miraya's mess of an audition. You know what? That's business, mate. It ain't all fine and dandy. I don't want another thing to drag down the business internally and me mentally too, but yes, I agree on Fen's proposal to delay for 2 weeks and 1 week if he can make it. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. As long as the talents are all okay with the delay. Thank you for thinking about us. A sip. Thank you for thinking about us. This is repeated. No, thank you, Effie. Adapt. I can tell Fen directly about this. You know, she cares about everyone and you too. We are all human and shit happens, but through everything we stick together no matter what. I just felt we messed up the Life 2D estimation so bad it's unfair to drag the talents with us. And in order to do so, we should stay strong and keep our promises instead. Hey, you know what? Some VTubers debut even after they have streamed for like years, so as long as we can still produce content beforehand, everything will be okay. And we are all super creative, so we have lots of fun things planned. Anyways, just finished a long shift and I'm gonna pop over to bed. So if you need anything, just message the group. They will be very happy with the news. A company way of doing things, we're always on the flexible side of as we adapt, strengthening like agile. Is that what that word says? It's very blurry, but understanding the needs of the talent, we have to set a hard deadline, so we just cut off anything we can do in the time, even if it would help the quality. I'm thankful we can agree on the delay. It gives us more flexibility. Good night. I'll be replying to group chat in half an hour. More parts. This time it's from October 2022. This is the document, parts of the document that we already read. Is this something that we read? This is them talking about Effie investing her own money and stuff. And Jason responds to this with, yes, in fact, actually, if you would kindly let us know what you need us to help you to pay, we will, of course. Since we have accounting issues, We can't just give you literally stipend, but let's just say a quota. That being said, we think the production of the covers has been too fast that I think it's best we slow down the cover production a bit. I know what you love covers, but that being said, in terms of managing a channel, cover are meant to advertise your channel since they don't make money and it's pretty heavy on the cost side. They're good long-term investments, but not really the best to hope they bring monetary support in the short run. So just ramp down the production of the cover song if it's taking a toll. Well, sometimes covers can become bangers, but you can't really bank on a cover song becoming a viral hit that's gonna earn you big bucks. Here's screenshots of them showing that the talents were being paid late. I don't know if I should read through this. It's just them discussing and Jason being in Japan saying that he's gonna pay Effie. Not too much interesting stuff in there. Jason being in Japan, not being able to pay his talents for whatever reason. Here's him apologizing for not being able to send them money. He sends me payments like 3 months at a time. Here's email proof. July, August, September. Jesus Christ. That's how long he delays payment. It's not just a few days, as was mentioned before. It's months. And he sends this all in bulk. Very cool job you have there. Hey, can I get paid for 1 month first? Jesus. Hello, Effie. Sorry for the delay. We had an issue regarding the taxation problem paying international contractors that have been resolved internally with our accountant. Currently, we are able to provide temporary methods that have roughly 25% of tax payments starting from March until most recent payment, September. I will keep you posted on this issue shall this be changed? Sorry for the inconvenience. Please sign back at your earliest convenience. Best, Jason. 3 fucking months. Jesus. I would be quitting if I didn't get paid 1 month. This current situation started when I sent a request to leave Akio this month. Hi Jason, I just wanted to let you know that I'm planning to graduate from Akio this month. I sent my resignation notice just now, so please check your email on the main Akio email. I am planning my last stream on September 30th. I hope you understand that I absolutely cannot continue streaming under AkioAIR due to your current actions that would compromise my job as a nurse. As a personal circumstance have taken priority and no longer have time for streaming activities. Please read carefully and let us discuss the terms of graduation as soon as you are ready. You told me that I would be able to leave as once Season 2 debuts, so this is me returning the promise. Thanks, hope you have a safe flight. If possible, I would like to put out my graduation announcement this weekend, please and thank you. I feel extremely uncomfortable being associated with AkioAIR any further. I need to post the announcement as soon as possible. If not, I will have to take further legal action. I have friends who are lawyers. I hope you understand. Hi, Effie. Our hands are really tied up to the moment. We can't agree on or process your request at the moment. However, we understand your request and will process as soon as possible, preferably next week. We are unsure whether we can process a graduation in such a short notice. Considering the current situation, current believes that fast date will be somewhere around the 2nd week of October. However, depending on the situation, I'll let you know as soon as possible whether we can get the date earlier or not. I've received your letter and noticed the company about your request. However, I must once again inform you that our contract is not an employment contract. Therefore, a leave notice cannot be substituted as a mutual contract termination. As such, requires both parties' agreement, in which we currently do not have the ability to process and therefore provide our side of the agreement as this is at this very moment. While we do not wish to enter While we do not wish to enter legal, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Where does this continue? God damn it. I've received your letter. Oh yeah, there it is. While I do not wish to enter a legal dispute, as a legal dispute as an option will take a longer time to handle, this and we know the nature of this event requires shorter times frame. We'll agree to your graduation, but we need a little more time since we are very tied up at the moment. Nonetheless, I advise you to hire a legal consultant anyways if needed, as they provide good insight whenever we need to finally sign the mutual contract termination agreement together. Proceed with the termination of the contract subject to the payment of the liquidated damages as per the terms aligned in the contract. Continue to honor the contract's obligation until the expiration of the contract term. If you refuse both options, we will initiate legal actions immediately. You will be required to travel to Taiwan for the court hearings. I'm sure they're gonna extradite her, yep. I don't even know if the country she's from, I don't know where she's from, has that kind of extradition law in place. I'm sure they have the money for this, and I'm sure they will want to drag her for this, yeah. I already see that happening. I'm being very sarcastic, by the way. Please consider this notice as final opportunity to resolve this matter amicably. Before we proceed with legal action, your prompt attention to this issue is expected. Finally, any communications in regards to this channel and other related messages shall be considered confidential and therefore should not be shared with other individuals except for anyone that is given permission to access this channel, which in this confidentiality may result in a direct default to termination of the contract with severe penalty as outlined in our contract. Here's Afi's announcement about essentially quitting. And continue. Legal has not pursued any actions of you at the moment because the contract and the nature of the breach is different with the rest of Season 2. The damage Season 2 has caused the company is far more significant and a more serious issue. Our legal decides to handle it with priority. We would only look back to handle your issue once we are complete most of the legal actions we need to take against Season 2 in breaching their contract. We've once offered you the conditions to terminate the contract to peacefully twice, once before your involvement with Season 2, just simply to wait it out, and the second time after you get yourself involved with Season 2 for what knows what reason, and we asked for a second condition. Both you failed to comply in response in time, and you expect legal to let you go peacefully? I was willing to offer you one last time to terminate the contract one more time with legal team, so you won't be in legal hot water. Who likes that anyway? God damn this guy. This is just spreading now and pretty much blackmail. Holding this over her head. But you just had to screw it up by doing actions that directly breaches our contract. Consider your contribution to the company. I really wanted to be nice with you and don't want to give you too much trouble. Yet you seem to be keep finding yourself in more troubles. Care to explain the announcement? You realize digging yourself in a bigger hole or any unauthorized move you make, right? You could have left the company early without any repercussions, and now you are just asking and begging to be sued. Legal just saw the announcement and there's no way I can convince the job to drop your case. I'm being serious right now. Would have convinced legal not to pursue you, because honestly speaking, you did help a lot with the company. And now there's no way I can convince anyone otherwise not to take legal actions on you. You better think of a settlement conditions right now, or legal will be serving you the letters. I'm just streaming on my old channel. You never said that I wasn't allowed to, so I don't see any issue. You have an active contract with AkioAIR. I still have my AkioAIR channel. I'm not abandoning it. I'm just going back to my old channel temporarily. So Can you please send me a termination contract soon? I'm not scared about legal repercussions, by the way. I just want to sign a termination contract. Please read the contract again before legal catches on more your contract shenanigans. I did and I don't see the issue. Anyways, you can keep my Athena channel up. Our contract ends in about 6 months anyway, so you can take all of the revenue from my channel and Spotify if that makes you happy. Why are you making this more difficult for both of us? She just wants to leave, dude. Let her fucking leave. I won't take any more of your money from AkioAIR or my channel. 6224. Without Akio's written consent, the talent must not directly or indirectly accept or participate in any performance related to acting by talent oneself or by third party without or with or without payment. Because I just want to leave. I'm so tired of waiting and waiting. 622. The talent will use their best effort to cooperate with the activities arranged by AkioAIR. I cannot do this anymore. And he just keeps throwing things at her. What an asshole. You guys keep breaking your promises and it hurts me so much. All I ask is you to wait us a bit. And announce that it was simply a mistake. I will write whatever you want on my Twitter, YouTube, on social. Just let me leave now. No, this is no longer about leaving peacefully. This is 100k damage versus 10k damage situation now. Or best let me leave at the end of the month. So I will have to pay even if I say it's a mistake. I don't get it. You already caused damages, ma'am. I'm already feeling the effect of this announcement. But so was your last one about hiring a minor though, so I don't understand. You can't post an announcement causing damage to us. Why are we in trouble if we do? Jesus Christ, man. It's just whether you are going to cause more by leaving the announcement up or not, because that's a blatant evidence to breach the contract and not honoring a contract. Let me interrupt here for a moment. You have to prove these damages. You can't just like willy-nilly just take out a number like 10k or 100 fucking k. This number doesn't come from like thin air. These damages have to be proven that you're actually losing something. Was there an 100k investment or 10k investment in her character, and now that she's leaving, all that money is just going poof? You need to prove that shit. And I fucking doubt they can prove there has been like 100k or even 10k damages from a small fucking VTuber agency with small talents like this. This is insane. Man, take a sip. But I didn't say I was leaving AkioAIR and reverting it. You might even get to argue if it was a mistake. I never did once state that. I just said that my streaming activities on my old channel is not affiliated with AkioAIR. I never did once say I was leaving Akio or that I would stop streaming with Akio. You can't stream on your old channel while having a contract with us. I just said I would use my old channel for now. That's called conflict of interest. You told me I could post music though, and that's all I intend to do. When and where, and damn, that's still very, very blurry. Where and where, when and where, and it is still applicable at this moment of time given the circumstances. A reasonable person would assume this announcement is causing speculations. Even if your intent is only post music on your old channel, you realize having this announcement right now while everyone is speculating Season 2's current situation is just inadvertently damaging the other party, right? You realize this is basically what we call gross negligence, right? I already warned you about the potential issue of releasing any announcement at the moment, yet you're still gone with it. I'm sorry about it. Please know that this is not an official notice from me leaving Akio. You're just basically being scared into compliance. Being scared shitless by this asshole. One more thing, I don't really know about the US healthcare system, and I don't know if this applies, but I feel like I have a duty to warn you about your potential problem that this would cause that I spotted. Gross negligence is used a lot in medical-related trials and lawsuits, and it's probably the last thing a hospital wants to hear in a normal circumstances. A record regarding a civil lawsuit involved with gross negligence is probably not going to look good for a hospital. The medical professional can cause gross negligence on other contractual stuff. What is to say that they won't do it elsewhere? Again, I don't know if any US healthcare system would have cared, but I'm just letting you know. No, because I'm more well versed on the legal side of things. Okay, revert the announcement. Remove it. Okay, what would you like me to say then? If that would let me leave. I really don't want to get in trouble with you. I just don't want to have to pay any damages. Just remove the announcement for now. I'll let you know what to post to rectify that. Okay, but I will still have to pay damages or deal with any legal issues because I want to be this to be as peaceful as possible. It's up to legal, not my call. Yes, but you are the CEO. It's also your call. That's remotely untrue. Company operates with the board member structure. Simply drop this cause out of kindness. You bet the board is going to be extremely unhappy with if legal stays otherwise. I want to slap all of the members of this board. They all seem retarded if they actually exist and if it's true. Oh, I see. There is a board. I'm sorry if you're in trouble with them. Then it was not my intention. What will make the board not get mad at them? Ask them what they want from me, and so that I can leave. I want to know what they want from me specifically. That isn't money. And just to be clear, I can't guarantee this would fix the damages. And disclaimer: nor does it constitute as a waiver that the company is released from liabilities for your actions. It's my mere personal advice, so you can get even sued for more damages. Okay, can you please let me leave now? Like October, please, I'm begging you. No, this is a legal dispute that you did the announcement. Oh. Okay, well, I'm sorry about that, I just couldn't wait. We do not serve contract terminations for free if there's a legal dispute. You really know how contracts works? You can't just breach them willingly because you think this is right for you or you think you can. Okay, I'm probably not going to continue VTubing after this anyways. You guys have ruined my love for all the content creation. I'm so sorry for all that I have done to harm you. If you want to pursue legal action on me, then please go ahead. I understand you are in big trouble with investors. I never wanted this to happen. I'm ready to go. Thanks for everything, boss man. You had so many chances to put yourself in trouble. I don't understand why you keep doing this. Keep finding trouble for yourself. I would have told this guy to go fuck himself and probably do something worse much earlier. Legal threats be damned. You already knew legal is fired up and ready to take legal actions against anyone because of season 2. Why do you even want to challenge that? Because I don't want to wait. I really want you to stream Effie, whether at Akio or not, but you just keep finding yourself trouble even I can't save you, Jesus. But I also find it so unfair that you guys have treated us the past 2 years. That won't hold up in court. I'm sorry. Yes, I know, but I have other things. That's okay. I'm sorry you are upset. Thank you for everything. Tell Chiri and Yuffie that I say hi and miss them. Well, I could say the same thing about you, Jason. I really wanted to see AkioAIR thrive and grow, but you keep finding yourself in trouble, and now I can't even save you. Especially with your recent announcement. I'm so sorry I ended up like this. Again, thanks for everything. Thanks, not really... That's not really how it works, but... Okay, sure. Upset is one thing. I'm just disappointed in you. Not the content creation side. That part of you are good, but... Sometimes you really need to think about the consequences of your actions you do. Otherwise, that's just selfish, and even if you don't have the intentions of being selfish, your actions will scream it. Anyways, personal advice, do you intend to revert the announcement? If you let me leave peacefully, I will write whatever you want. and announced that it was simply a mistake. I'll write whatever you want on my Twitter, YouTube, any social. Just let me leave now. Jesus, man. I keep saying that. But it's really... this guy deserves a slap. Several, in fact. This is no longer about leaving peacefully. This is 100k damage versus 10k damage situation now. Did I read this already? Yeah, I read this, all of this already. This screenshot at least. Simple. The shortcomings outweigh the benefits initially, and the more you do, you're just tipping the scale. Okay, but the fact you guys were ignoring me all this time, tipping the scale, did you not really not realize that every second that you never gave me a proper answer, my scale was tipping closer and closer every day that you guys never paid me or supported me, my scale was tipping? Huh? I'm trying to explain the concept of for why the company would drop your case if you did nothing. Actually, my scale was tipped a long time ago. I just decided to stay because I didn't want you guys to suffer. I would have done this in November, when I was first in my termination letter. And now with Generation 2, things have been worse. I feel like you're treating them better than they have more money and investments. They've been left in the trash by you. How do you think that makes us feel? Me, Mew, Keon, Noah. I was not within your rights to terminate the contract anyways. You don't know how the contracts works, right? You can't just say you don't want to do it and nothing bad would happen. We all know been thrown away for shinier, newer models and talents. Yes, but you can't guarantee that because you aren't legal, remember? And that's what legal told me. And this is blurry as fuck. I don't even know if I can read it. Would I be sued regardless of me reverting the message? Or are you trying, or giving me, I'm going to be sued either way? Does the company really hate me that much they want to destroy my life? I see. I guess you guys never really cared about me then. Cannot guarantee. Maybe they'll drop the case depending on your attitude and the actions you take. Honestly, that's what about to happen in the beginning without the announcement. Yes, but how long would that have taken? I cannot sit in the dark for that long, unfortunately. You guys were too busy with Generation 2 that you ignored me. I feel completely ignored. Company is a machine run on logic. It lacks the emotion of a person, though does it have vendetta against any individuals? Well, you certainly fucking seem to have one. And considering you want to sue this woman simply for wanting to leave earlier, I think that's pretty vindicative, you know? I think that shows a certain level of malice. I would say even a lot of malice. You never once did mention in the emails, so I thought this was just a waste of my time. I've helped AkioAIR in so many ways. Are there things I have done for you and the company not enough? As I mentioned before, Season 2, in a way more serious issue than yours, way more... damn it, too blurry. Way more serious. You weren't even supposed to be in the conversation from the beginning. I don't even know why the lawyer didn't even suggest you to just follow our second conditions for peaceful termination. I have been here since the very beginning. I was the one who supported you when you were down and things weren't going well. When you almost gave up on the company before the debut, I spoke to you, gave you a slap to the face and sent you to give up. I remember when this company was still young. We started discussing the hiring of a minor issue here, but it was short because I wasn't the main reason for me leaving. Need to. Okay, zoom then. Even in the clinic, we do not leave any patient come without a parent if they are younger than 18. Yes, but I'm not from her country, okay? You cannot compare us. And yes, that's why it's under parental control, and so you shouldn't use the eyes of US to judge other culture. And she was being abused by other companies too. I mean, you're doing the same thing, and you shouldn't use the eyes of a Taiwanese law to judge either. About what? Just let her turn 18, man. If she was 18 when she debuted, none of this would have happened. Taiwanese law, only 20s considered adult. I would have been totally fine, and don't give me that, oh, she's almost 18 argument. Do you think it's better we just keep her getting mistreatment from her previous company, or come under our protection? I think it would have been better to debut her in Generation 3 when she's actually 18, so that split the generation debuts up. Okay, this is the same thing. You know, my friends have been judging me because of this now, and they have blacklisted us. I can't call up with them anymore. That makes me so sad. Quite literally, no. We already have plans to counter any potential issues that arises after. Sure you do. I'm sure it will be more efficient, really. Where was all the time and energy put into for us? Really, after you want to argue this again? Because I can easily win this debate, and then you would try to emotionally guilt trip me again. I mean, you're blackmailing her, dude. This is not emotional guilt tripping. You're genuinely causing her emotional distress. Can't you tell this woman is scared shitless? Because you're threatening to sue her all the damn time. Even if she were to comply, you're still threatening her. This is really retarded on all counts. Anyways, I just want to let you know that my decision was based on a combination of the announcement, my mental and physical health, and the other personal circumstances that will leave out of privacy. And you'll do the same for, I'm sure. I know you, Jason. I don't guilt trip people. You just blackmail them and threaten them. I know you don't want to do this. I don't want to either. You may think you don't, but everyone does in one way or another. Just say you know me. Right, if it makes you feel better. Now it's just asking for reassurance. And I'm just asking for reassurance. I just need to know. You can screenshot this conversation. And she did. Don't do anything what sense. Anything, don't tweet, don't respond, don't actively speak out. Just, you can observe and ask for a solution to us, but don't do anything on your VTuber account. How about for no streaming activities? Like, you tell me, so I won't do anything on my VTuber account, my AkioAIR VTuber account. What about my old channel? Can I still put music and covers there? Don't even do it on your old channel. Any activities regarding your VTuber stuff, stop. Don't do anything. VTuber, as in your career as a VTuber. In legal words, anything that can be reasonably expected to affect or relate to VTubing. How long will this restriction last? Until the contract successfully terminates. If you want to do something, ask for permissions. And when will that be? When will this contract successfully terminate? Wait, let me ask you a question. Why do you really need... what do you really need exactly when? I mean, she's been saying that she wants to fucking leave right now. All this time. How don't you get that? Because some of my big life changes will be happening. I cannot specify what will be, but for time, I need to plan ahead. I'm going to do anything further. I need to guarantee as to what will happen in return. Or else I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I'm sorry, but the future of this event prohibits me to provide you. You had time frames we could have resolved very long time ago, like when you first asked to leave. With a more precise date before you did all this. I can give you an estimation though. Okay. Within 2 months, we'll give you a list of demands that you to safely terminate the contract, and then it's up to you how long you're going to meet the demands. That's not an acceptable timeline. Probably not anything too hard. There's probably 3 months tops. Why would I waste 2 months waiting when I can do it now? I don't understand. I need a list of demands at the end of Wednesday, September 27th, 11:59 p.m. PST, please. Otherwise, I'll understand that you will be negotiating with me in bad faith. And that's where it ended for Afi. Now it's time for screenshots between False Jason and the AkioAIR manager Sone. False jump scare incoming LMAO. Here's Jason talking to False. Hi, our communication is always open and we're willing to dispute any misinformation from any third parties that have provided. We openly invite you to discuss with us regarding any information that needs clarification or discussion. Spreading news and misinformation without proper fact and without proper investigation/validation can be considered slander and defamation in most jurisdictions and states whether it's report or not. I wonder if that's really true, Gorilla Boss Man. And here's Sone talking to False. Oh, just a quick question. Have you recently applied to another VTuber agency outside of AkioAIR? Even going as far as to sign an NDA with this other VTuber agency? No. I work part-time with AkioAIR. I do not hold any company share. My personal life is unrelated to the company operations, so I can walk away any second. Thank you for going on record for this denial. Anon agency reviews AkioAIR manager auditioned, link to timestamp. What False says if you don't watch this video. Anon agency. Yes, we had a massive ordeal with them. That being AkioAIR, that we've been avoiding sharing publicly to avoid conflict. Long story short, the AkioAIR attempted to corporate espionage against our company. We received an application for our talent audition from their talent manager. We did not know she was their talent manager at the time. On the audition form, we also asked about any affiliations with organizations to which she said there is none. During the interview, our team once again confirmed and asked about her background, and she made no mentions of AkioAIR. We had her sign a non-disclosure agreement. Then we discussed contracts, marketing plans, and showcased our models for the generation. While we ended up not proceeding with her later, we found through various means that our model files and pre-debut plans were discussed by AkioAIR staff to the Season 2 talents in private. We've confirmed the individual was in fact their manager based on the voice, her stream appearance, and artwork she claimed to draw on her application and portfolio for us. We compared the voice and everything else. We compared the voice from the stream to her audition video and it was the exact same. Further, she showcased in her application various illustrations, on which was the one was uploaded here. The illustration was created to Yuffie herself, and our team has come to the conclusion that it's possible that she was likely coerced into doing this. False then DM'd the manager himself. We've seen this one before, which is that one that's above. Whisper statements is again that trainee branch of AkioAIR. Let's read through all of this. Almost at the end of this nonsense, luckily. I auditioned for AkioAIR's trainee program Whisper and made it into interview round. Jason would regularly daily be on all day on long Discord calls with some of the other auditionees in the server. There were maybe 4 or so girls that he very clearly favored over everyone else that he would fall asleep in Discord calls within a few times a week. One time I checked the server a few times throughout the day, and every single time he was still in a call with just one of the girls. He also ended up following these girls on social media and made his Discord banner a picture of them and drew of his weird gorilla personas surrounded by all their VTuber models. I didn't interact a lot in the server because it was a cliquey right off the bat, and a lot of the auditionees seemed way younger than me by the way they acted. What Motokuma said about the other members of the server getting together to hate on other VTuber companies is right. There was a different company that had debuts around the time had stirred up a good amount of publicity and excitement. And afterwards, one of the auditionees told everyone we all need to get a call ASAP, basically make fun of them. Almost everyone in the server, Jason included, was in the call, shit talking about all the talents in the other company. I was interviewed last because I had remained Jason 3 different times, still hadn't completed mine after everyone else had done theirs. He dragged his feet about, and when we finally set up an interview call, he seemed so incredibly disinterested and acted like it was wasting his time. AkioAIR originally touted that if you were accepted, you could get any VTuber artist you wanted and the company would pay for it. However, it was in this call that he told me that they actually only contribute a small amount if I wanted to use any other artists besides their in-house artists. And then I have to cover most of the cost myself. The server has since been nuked. I'm guessing no one can take any screenshots or put any more damning evidence. My whole experience with this company was incredibly negative and off-putting, and I'm glad things are starting to come to light. Hi, hello Falls. I noted that you are currently covering AkioAIR and practically had a stream regarding the audition process. I want to add my experience in case there was anything of note that will help close out the story on Akio. I'd like to request that I remain anonymous in any of the details are used. Thank you. I filed an audition form the first week of December 2022. At the time, I had watched a video Mew released in July 2022 with Jason regarding auditions. That at the time was a bit confused since it seemed like they were reopening and had cancelled these auditions. Regardless, the application form was rather standard, in which I mentioned that I had prior experience in another small VTuber agency which I left. There was a section at the bottom asking consideration for aspiring VTuber Academy, and whether we wanted to be automatically considered, for which I answered, I currently do not live in the US. as I was communicated to be limited to the US due to sponsors at the time. The privacy policy included was strange as was worded. Please read our privacy policy before submitting the application. Just to make sure you know that we won't sell your sweet voice for whatever purposes, that we won't use it to get some voice recognition and launch a nuke that way, which I assume is their brand of humor that continues on throughout the audition process. That's very dumb. I received a response less than 12 hours later, noting that I made it to the next round, in which we answered creative and evaluation questions. Here they asked about our equipment, artists, and model preferences, when they dubbed serious questions and most memorable the creative questions, which included a series of 4 short answer questions about an elephant. What? As an example, the first question was, an elephant walks out of your kitchen and brings out a plate covered with a lid. You are unable to observe the contents within the lid. The elephant then asks you, dish contains of meat, vegetables, and bread. Is this a burger, sandwich, or a salad, and why? With all the others being similar, in this section they note that this is to demonstrate our creativity will not put the applicants at a disadvantage if we answer poorly. Could have just had a very good open-ended question asking them what they're good at instead of this weird Chinese riddle sort of thing. That's dumb. However, these were required questions and sections I've never come across in other auditions. It also seemed to mirror the strange brand of humor AA has on their website About Us page, which also talks about burgers and salads. I wonder if Jason invented this shit. Once again, less than 2 hours later, I received an email from Jason's email, this time noting that I moved on to the 90-minute interview stage, and I provided the Discord server link. We're informed to prepare a game that would mock a stream, any other stream, singing, drawing, Zatsudan, etc. And that chat to discuss the VTuber career at AA would take place. It was a warning that other candidates would be on the server and didn't want to share our name to use an alt account. From my recollection, the interview stage spent over 2 months, was longer than I used to, and applicants were able to select a time and slot to interview up to the end of January. Upon entering the server and seeing the messages from other applicants, it seemed that the interviewers were Jason, members of the AkioAIR audition committee, per Discord role, in which there were many of these individuals and potentially the talent manager. Yuffie and Mew was the only AA talent I noted to be in the server, but it was not explained what capacity any she had on the process. During my time slot, Jason and 2 members of the audition committee were present, with these 2 members remaining muted and unintroduced to the full duration of the interview. Jason's first question to me was, what happened with my old VTuber agency? I noted that I didn't like the management style and there were communication issues that led to talents leaving. Which I recall he responded, oh, that's it? Was there any other drama? I thought there would have been drama since your models looked nice, in which I repeated that it was mainly due to management and communication. He responded to the fact of, I thought there would be something more dramatic or some tea. I was rather shocked that there were the first questions he asked me in the interview, and that he seemed to be looking for details of potential drama instead of my experience. Following my answers, he also seemed to lose interest. One of the main draws of AA for me was Effie, who I was aware joined AA with her old identity. As I was in the process of getting my own indie model, I asked whether it would be possible to retain my identity. He asked for whips, work in progress stuff, and commented, was it expensive? To which I did not disclose an exact figure. He then commented that the model was not anime-like enough, even though it was anime style, and commented on the shading. He then mentioned I could possibly join VSpire, V-Spire or VSpire. Instead of providing a model, they would let me use mine, as the board would not use it in Generation 2. He noted that he noted that though I wasn't based in the US, I was likely fine. They were planning to expand. I recall some point I asked whether there were any specific content or personality they were looking for Generation 2 talents, which Jason answered that they were looking for a Pippa. I talked about this in some other place. You don't just find another Pippa. Pippa is a product of her environment and experience over a very long life. No offense to Pippa's age, but you can just find another Pippa like that. And people would immediately know if you try to act like Pippa, because Pippa is unique in what she does. During the time I did mock the stream, there was no chat interaction, and afterwards no comments were made on my performance. Overall, the experience made me feel like I quickly moved through the stages due to my mention of prior NSC experience and Jason's interest in learning about the tea. The mention of investors, a board, and committee were warning bells to me, as a small corpus seemed to love throwing these terms around. I hope with the coverage of AA, the Akio girls can continue pursuing their VTuber dreams without the weight of the AkioAIR company. Thank you for covering this story. And we're through everything. That's all there is up to date. Everything notable about the AkioAIR stuff. And I'm impressed that we managed to go under 5 hours with this. I'll pat myself on the back for this one. Thank you for joining me on this occasion, where a very weird Jason Gorilla, who is possibly a groomer, possibly based on his actions, and an abuser, that's for sure, will likely continue to threaten other people with legal action. I wonder if they're gonna go after me, but who knows? They're probably after bigger targets, but it would be funny if they tried the same thing with me. I sure hope they do, because that's always funny. And there's still more content to be had out of that. But for right now, that's the full story of AkioAIR, with all the details and most of the leaks. Some were repeated, some were blurry. from multiple different sources, the talents themselves, from leakers, people doing their own private investigations, people getting testimonies delivered to them like false did, people compiling that stuff like on a certain forum, and by the fellow VTuber I mentioned. So thank her for that too. And if there's more of this, then I'm sure it's gonna be covered still. Might not cover this in another stream because there probably won't be enough content for that, but this whole jam was much smaller before and just escalated to the point where it became something different, and it started to involve 3 black companies, 3 black VTuber agencies, funnily enough, all sharing the same miner. And I bet if there's more whistleblowers about the other 2, they will come forward eventually, and then we'll expand on this story, maybe another stream. But again, with this stuff, it's never ending, as we've seen. There's gonna be more threats coming. There's probably gonna be more accounts coming because this whole what was it called? Vispire, yeah. This whole Vispire thing seemed to have involved a lot of people. And I bet these people will come along sooner or later with their own testimonies about this stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully it's nothing too terrible, but the way things are looking, Jason, the hero of the hour, is a weird abuser that threatens women with legal action, gaslights them, manipulates them into thinking that he's their friend, uses them for his own means, like playing Overwatch for whatever fucking reason, and then falling asleep on them when they talk to him. It was an exhausting ride, but a ride that needed to be had anyway. I hope someone uses this stream for whatever research they want into AkioAIR, see if there's more to it. Because if there's like actual child predation of the sexual kind, I'm gonna be sick to my stomach. I've been covering way too many sex predators lately. I need a change for the next stream with something that's actually funny. Because all of this is just terrible, with mild occasions of humor injected into it. Because of these people acting so weird with other people. But yeah, thanks for joining me on the stream. I will take some time to decompress from this nonsense, as always. I'm glad it wasn't 8 hours. Like the Yandere Devs stream. So this is kind of a bit more compact. Over 4 hours is still quite a long time, but at least it was exhausting, and we covered everything that needed to be covered. But yeah, I will play you guys off with some extra music, and I'll just see myself out. You guys be good, stay hydrated, and stay off social media because it rots your brain. And I'll see you when I see you on Twitter, in my videos, or in any other places. Next stream announcement is probably gonna be related to a poll. I'll make a poll about something, unless some big funny drama comes out during the next week that I would like to cover. But again, at this time, I'm just thinking of having another poll and just putting things that are less heavy than this into it. So we'll have to see what that's gonna be. But yeah, you guys take care, and have a good evening, good morning, or a good night. I'll be going, and take care.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now. No more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw